Wait a second here. The regular meeting of the Desert Community College.
I'm sorry, Bonnie, can you give us a second, please?
Oh, okay. I thought.
Okay, looks like we're ready.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we'll try this again. The regular meeting of the Desert Community College District Board of Trustees is now called to order at 9:31. Thank you. And you may join today's meeting in person via Zoom webinar or watch the live stream from the College of the Desert YouTube channel. These links are accessible by visiting the College of the Desert homepage. That sounds awful. Wow. Okay, at this time we'll have roll call. President Hope, please proceed with roll call.
Student Trustee Robles.
Here.
Trustee Perez. Trustee Oden.
Here.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Here.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Good morning, present.
Trustee Stefan.
Present. And at this time, if I could have the Pledge of Allegiance led by Ron Oden, please.
We are thankful to be citizens of this great country, so we will place our hands over our heart, ready to begin. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
There we go. Let's see, Chair. Okay, thank you so much, Trustee Oden. Now we'll move into the board meeting agenda. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54954-2B2, the board may take action on items of business not appearing on the posted agenda upon a determination by a 2/3 vote of the board, or if less than 2/3 of the members are present, a unanimous vote of those present. That there is a need to take immediate action, and that the need for action came to the attention of the local agency subsequent to the agenda being posted as specified. Confirmation of agenda. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions to the agenda for August 16th, 2024? Seeing none, the agenda stands approved as amended. Public comments. Requests to address the Board of Trustees regarding regular agenda items. Remote public participation is allowed and will be accepted in person or by email to otp@collegeofthedesert.edu during the meeting and submitted for the record, or by using the raise your hand function by joining the Zoom link pursuant to District Administrative Procedure 2345. Each speaker will be allowed a maximum of 3 minutes per topic. 15 minutes shall be the maximum time allotment for public speakers on any one subject, regardless of the number of speakers at any one board meeting. At the discretion of the majority of the board, these limits may be extended. All comments must be submitted or brought forward prior to the end of the public comments section. As an additional note, this item is intended for members of the public who wish to speak regarding regular agenda items. An opportunity to address the board on matters not related to the agenda will be available during item 18.01 of today's agenda. Do we have anyone that would like to speak?
Yes, we do, Madam Chair. We have Palm Springs Sitting Mayor Jeffrey Bernstein here to speak on agenda item number 13.04.
Thank you, and welcome, Mayor.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, trustees, President Hope, and staff, I'm Jeffrey Bernstein, Mayor of Palm Springs. I come here today to let you know how pleased we are in Palm Springs with the progress of the West Valley campus of the College of the Desert. We're also very excited about the pace of progress, particularly what has been achieved in the last year. We've turned a corner, and thanks to all of you and to President Hope's leadership, this incredible campus is becoming a reality. I've had the pleasure of attending more than half a dozen presentations by President Hope and her team, whether it's to the city council, our business community, the representatives of our 52 neighborhood organizations, or specifically to the residents, students, and future students of the Desert Highlands community. Each time we see new steps that have been taken and new initiatives started. I see so much more on the horizon than I could have imagined. I've been working hard on firmly establishing the Valley as an arts and culture destination, and while the industry will provide good jobs to students and adults, the College of the Desert will ensure we have a stream of talent. Palm Springs has always been a center of modern architecture. We have talent and resources and a desire to educate. Now College of the Desert will provide a forum for that knowledge to be passed on. We see hospitality and tourism as a mainstay in our region, but the growth through the Valley has been exponential. This new campus will provide the tools our residents need to get good, well-paying, and rewarding jobs. We're extremely excited about the potential for a bachelor's degree in casino management and support the partnership with the Agua Caliente Band of Kuya Indians. This program could not only create a pool of local talent from our youth who could be hired across the nation, but also give an incredible leg up to adult residents throughout our valley. These new initiatives, along with the partnerships President Hope and team are building across the valley, will create a community college system throughout the valley that is unlike any other. A community college people from around the state and beyond will look to. I look forward to the West Valley campus completing part of that unique plan that involves not just the College of the Desert, but a surrounding site of education and community. The West Valley campus will join a segment of our city which includes the Palm Springs Cultural Center, High School, Sunrise Park, the library, the Boys and Girls Club, and the Mizell Senior Center. The campus will create routes that go far beyond the buildings itself. While this is a West Valley campus, it is clearly just one piece on the interconnectedness of the College of the Desert throughout the Coachella Valley. Once completed, along with the other projects you have recently opened and have in the works, our valley will be known as a hallmark of educational opportunity. I want to leave with one quick anecdote. Following the recent presentation by President Hope with Scott Atkins and Trustee Odin to the Desert Highlands community, I was approached by the assistant principal of Raymond Cree Middle School, also a parent herself. What she expressed to me and President Hope was how much this campus means to her students, her middle school students who will be the first to enter the West Valley campus once completed. These students may not know where they want to go in life, but they now see a pathway. Again, thank you for all the progress you are making, and especially to President Hope for shepherding and overseeing this project with such dedication. Thank you.
Thank you. And is there anyone else that would like to speak?
Yes, we also have Veronica Dow on Zoom to speak on agenda items number 11.02 through 11.07. And if IT could help us to get her on so that she can speak, please. Thank you.
Can you guys see me, hear me?
Okay, yes, we can hear you.
Okay, you guys didn't want to see me? I don't see my picture up there. Okay, it's fine. Okay, good morning. I'm here to discuss my concerns with dual concurrent enrollment. In the beginning of June, I noticed that one of my in-person courses of statistics had a cap of 25 students with the wait list rising. I was informed that the cap was lowered so that 10 seats could be reserved for concurrent enrollment students. I expressed to my dean, along with other administrators, that this—
I'm sorry, Veronica, could I pause you for a bit? We just want to turn up the volume a little bit here so we can all hear you.
I've been told I'm loud.
I'm sorry, not here in this room right now.
No, you guys can't hear me?
Let's see.
Can you hear me? No? Yes, no, maybe so?
Give us a second, I'm sorry. And if, once we get it settled here, if we could kindly please ask you to start again from the beginning, please?
Yeah, no problem. Can you hear me now, or?
Just give us a second, please.
Okay.
Okay, could we test it out?
Isn't she lovely? Can you guys hear me? Yes, is that clear now?
It sounds better, yes.
Okay, I'll try not to yell. Is that okay? Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, better.
Okay, thank you. Shall I start?
Yes, please.
Okay. I'm here to discuss my concerns with dual—
Oh, did we lose her?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it said you guys muted me.
Sorry, try again.
Good.
Okay, again.
Oh, you guys love me. Okay. I'm here to discuss my concerns with dual and concurrent enrollment. In the beginning of June, I noticed that one of my in-person courses of statistics had a cap of 25 students with a wait list rising. I was informed that the cap was lowered so that 10 seats could be reserved for concurrent enrollment students. I expressed to my dean, along with other administrators, that this violates AP 5011, in which concurrent enrollment students will not receive priority enrollment status. I mentioned that according to the CCAP of section 11.4, it states that the college certifies that a community college course that is oversubscribed or has a waiting list shall not be offered in the CCAP partnership agreement. According to the California Community College Chancellor's Office, dual enrollment is also defined and known as concurrent enrollment. Since June 12th, I have reached out to the Academic Senate along with the union and combined had over 10 attempts at emails and in-person conversations, and we were not given any responses until late last night evening of August 15th. I was sent a stern email by the district with many inaccuracies and words taken completely out of context. The district completely denying the violation of our AP 5011, using words as not giving the students priority registration. We get 10 seats per state, giving them priority status. In this stern email, it was mentioned the clarification that these 10 students, all of which are coming from the same high school, are not dual enrollment students because, as quoted, if students are not taking these courses as part of the BAL schedule of the regular high school day, then they are concurrent enrollment, not dual enrollment. They are not covered by the CCAP agreement. This particular high school student's BAL schedule has students scheduled to take classes until 3:50 p.m. This particular class of mine is scheduled from 2 to 3:20 p.m., which is part of the regular high school day. I'm not against dual or concurrent enrollment. In fact, I have taught fully dual enrollment courses at this particular high school and have taken in current enrollment students over my cap with ad authorizations. My biggest concern was our current students waiting to be registered for this course. A course that counts as a college level math, needed to complete their degree, needed to meet the requirements for transfer. I was told that additional courses were recently added to meet those waitlist students, but all of which are fully asynchronous, still not meeting the needs of my in-person course. I am being accused of hand selecting my students because I'm against serving the concurrent enrollment student seats for a highly impacted course desperately needed for our current students and not wanting to continue with teaching this course because it violates our own policies in which the district continues to deny and bypass. Now I'm being used as an example, as quoted, College of the Desert will not set a precedent of adjusting faculty assignments based on the makeup of the class and the various kinds of students who are enrolled. Thank you for using me as the example. The professor who was born and raised in the desert, a product of our local schools, who represents the definition of a first-generation Coachella Valley student, who works countless hours off duty to assist members in the community to register for COD, to teach them about the awesome programs we have offered to here for potential benefits that we, College of the Desert, can offer them, who immediately jumped in and took additional full course load last fall when her colleague tragically passed away 2 weeks into the semester with no hesitation or disturbance to the over 200 enrolled students in her courses, who has countless students who are filled with gratitude for the patience, guidance, and tears, who now see the subject of statistics as understanding and the confidence to keep pursuing their education. I urge the board to proceed with caution with dual and concurrent enrollment to make sure that we can support our local high schools without sacrificing the completion and progression of our current students. And thank you for using me as your example. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more comments? Public comments out there?
Not at this time.
Okay, and what I'd like to do before we move back to the agenda is recognize the fact that Ruben Perez, Trustee Perez, has arrived and is present now, so he can be marked accordingly. Okay, public updates. New employee appointments. President Hope, please help us introduce our newest employee appointments.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair, members of the board. As is now our tradition, want to acknowledge our new employees who've been hired in this most recent hiring cycle. Stephen, can I ask you to put up the slide with the names of our new hires? So Dan Mason Jr., a Health Services Program Assistant. Efrain Rodriguez Arieta, who is our newest Public Safety Officer. Christina Santos, Lead Laboratory Specialist in Science, who also has a fan club. Joaquin Bowles, Chemistry Instructor. Kaylee Vilches Russell, biology instructor. And Craig Donahue, regional employment engagement manager. So can I have all of you stand at one time so the board can see you all together? Yes. Woo! Welcome to the team. We're really excited to have you. And I want to point out that, as was discussed at the last board meeting, 2 of the faculty are being hired are in biology and chemistry that are in impacted areas, which the board saw a presentation regarding that impact last time. So welcome. We're so happy to have you for the start of the new semester.
Thank you, President Hope. And I want to welcome everybody, and man, that enthusiasm, I hope it's contagious. Woo! That was great. And congratulations to our newest employees. At this time, we'll move on to the minutes. Approval of the regular meeting minutes. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions to the regular meeting minutes of July 18th, 2024? Anyone? Seeing nothing, if there are no corrections to the minutes, then they stand approved as presented. At this time, we'll move into reports. And the Associated Students of College of the Desert, Ascot, we'll start with you.
Good morning, Board of Trustees. Ascot will be starting our weekly meetings this Monday for the fall 2024 semester. Although we have not been meeting weekly, does this need to be, is this good? Okay. Although we have not been meeting weekly, we have still been busy. We are currently volunteering we have volunteered our time for next Friday to help with the Welcome Day presented by Edge Pledge, which is meant to welcome students new and old and show them all the wonderful resources we have here on campus. We have also started working with Edge Pledge to volunteer our time for the Welcome Week for August 26th and 27th in the Palm Desert campus to welcome students to the new semester, as well as doing our own Welcome Week in the Indio campus for the following days, the 27th and the 28th, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. to promote both Indio campus and Ascot in the Indio campus and further our relations over there. Also, we are now interviewing applicants for Ascot to fill our board to complete our Senate. Thank you.
Thank you. Sounds like you guys are really busy. At this time, College of the Desert Foundation. Did anybody make it in? It says no report.
We have no report this month from the foundation.
Okay, we'll look forward to that next month. California School Employees Association, CSCA. Omar Imbris.
Good morning, President, Superintendent Hope, Board of Trustees, and Vice Presidents. Today, I'm here representing the dedicated classified staff who are making a daily difference at all our campuses. They continue to be faced with challenges, working in the desert heat, lack of supplies to make permanent repairs, not enough staff to accomplish routine tasks. This is especially difficult when staff are expected to go above and beyond their job requirements to help our students. We hope that leadership will work on ways to show their appreciation and support to their staff. Our chapter has held events to show our members that they are appreciated. So far, we have held 2 unity events this summer, bowling at Fantasy Springs and a baseball game at Palm Springs Power Stadium. After last month's board report meeting, we were able to meet with President Hope and VP Galindo to discuss how we can better connect with each other. We appreciate both of them for expressing their willingness to work with CSCA to seek solutions and set future goals. We will look forward to further discussions and implementation of new improved efforts to grow our district. Contract negotiations are underway. We are in the beginning stages of the negotiation session. We trust that you have received and read our email clearing up some assumptions that President Hope made us aware of. We understand the forecast, but also realize that the district has prepared extensively to mitigate any losses we may be facing. Classified staff are the backbone of this district and are eager to help build the district back. However, we need the proper support and investments to perform effectively. From President Hope's recent morning minute, we understand that the district is hiring faculty liaisons for outreach efforts. As we have in the past, we would like to remind the district that almost every department has classified staff member that has outreach within their job description. We hope to continue discussions with President Hope and HR in an effort to better utilize what we have already. As we move forward with our negotiations, I would like to remind you that we stand in solidarity with both associations, CODFA and CODA. Their fight for fair wages and equitable treatment is a fight for all of us. Together, we are stronger, and we are here to support each other. As we head into the new school year, we are ready for new beginnings, new adventures, and new challenges. Our members work hard to get the new building at the Indio campus ready. Staff were present at the Roadrunner Rally on August 14th, assisting new and returning students with registration, financial aid, and answering questions. Next week, we invite you to join us in the Palm Desert Gym for the Welcome Day event on August 23rd. Students will have an opportunity to learn the various resources and services offered to help them reach their educational goals. This event will be followed by our welcome tents on August 26th and 27th, where our members will partner with leadership to assist students on their first day of classes. To say that we are proud of all of our members for coordinating and working these events is an understatement. Thank you for the opportunity to relay our chapter's thoughts and concerns. This concludes my report.
Thank you. And at this time, we'll move into College of the Desert Adjunct Association. CODA, Kathy Levitt, the president, is she?
So she intended to be here, but she was unable to attend. But there is a written report that was submitted and attached to the agenda.
Okay, so I'll encourage all of my trustees to read that if you haven't had a chance to read that yet, all right? And at this time, we will move into College of the Desert Faculty Association, CODFA. There is a written report submitted. I don't know if anyone did attend that wanted to read that. Nope. And so we have two writtens. Please read those, fellow trustees. Academic Senate, Dr. Corbin Wild. This is the Academic Senate President. The leader of the cheering squad, I take it.
Thank you, Irene. Okay, I want to try something. So I'm going to say good morning, board, and you say good morning, Corbin, like I'm Charlie and you're the angels, okay?
Oh, okay.
So we'll try this. Good morning, board.
Good morning, Corbin.
You'll work on it. Okay. So as we kick off a brand new school year, I'm excited to share how we are diving in with enthusiasm and a renewed commitment to teaching excellence. This summer, 27 of our faculty and staff members had the opportunity to attend the ASCCC Faculty Leadership Institute in Rancho Mirage, an event that brought together educators from across the state to collaborate and innovate. The ideas exchanged and connections made at this conference have infused our team with fresh energy and perspectives that are bound to enhance our students' learning experiences. Our faculty, staff, and one super special dean, Mike Silvera, soared as ambassadors of College of the Desert, engaging with, we like Mike, engaging with colleagues from community colleges across California. At the PS Air Bar event we hosted. This event provided a unique opportunity for our educators to exchange ideas, share experiences, and build connections with peers from institutions statewide. Plus, we got to highlight Coachella Valley's unique flair and support a local business. By participating in this mixer, we not only represented the excellence of College of the Desert, but also fostered collaborative relationships that will enhance the educational experiences we offer. I've attached a photo, if we could pull that up, Jonathan, please, that captures the spirit of this endeavor: engaged, enthusiastic, and ready to take on the challenges of a new academic school year. We've returned from the conference not just with new strategies and tools, but with a reinvigorated passion for teaching and a deep commitment to student success. As we move forward, the spirit of learning and growth is beautifully reflected in our upcoming Faculty Flex schedule for the fall, Also attached, see if you, that's not even all of us, but look how cute. We had our own booth.
Oh,
It was so
yeah.
cute, I know. The sessions planned are as diverse as they are enriching, offering opportunities for faculty to explore new teaching methods, engage with emerging technologies, and delve into crucial discussions on equity and inclusion. These sessions are the manifestation of devotion to our students from the Faculty Development Committee chaired by Leif Jordan. Our campus community's eagerness to participate in these professional development activities speaks volumes about their dedication to not just professional development activities, but also, oh, I messed that up, not just attaining, but elevating the quality of education at our college. I encourage all of you to look over the offerings and maybe challenge yourself to attend or learn more about the topics that pique your interest. As we know, the start of a new school year always brings with it a sense of possibility, and our faculty are embracing this with open arms. They're not just preparing to teach, they're preparing to inspire, to connect, to push boundaries of what's possible in the classroom. This dedication to continuous learning and professional growth is what sets our college apart and ensures that we remain at the forefront of educational excellence. As we embark on this new journey together, let's celebrate our school's unwavering commitment, our enthusiasm for professional development, and desire to constantly improve. It's because that's the driving force behind our college's success. Here's to a year of growth, collaboration, and outstanding teaching. Yay. It was really fun. Like, it was so fun. It was really nice to see people from across the state, and we had taken over with our cute little College of the Desert shirts, and everywhere we went, anyone who was in a red shirt was grandfathered into our team. Just, you're in a red shirt, you're with College of the Desert this time. Yeah, it was fun. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Corbin. And now we're up to the governing board. We'll start with the student trustee, Robles.
Good morning, everybody. It definitely feels like class is around the corner. This past month, the wheels have been churning in our ASCOD meetings as they become more frequent. Earlier this month, I had the privilege to attend the CCLC Student Trustee Workshop in Burlingame, California. This was a great experience to understand the role and responsibilities of the student, along with the many factors that play into being the student trustee. Thank you to President Hope and the VPs and fellow trustees for making that a possibility. I have also been working with the Welcome Day Committee in planning the upcoming event on the 23rd of August. Before the school year begins, it is great to see the campus's effort in making sure incoming students know about the resources available and provide an opportunity to speak with current student leaders about their experience at COD. I am also excited to visit and welcome students into the newly expanded Indio campus during the first week of class. It will be great to feel the energy of the building and the surrounding area as well with all the growth that is occurring. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Trustee Oden.
First of all, I want to say that it was very nice to see my mayor here commending us on the work that we're doing for the Western Valley campus. So that was very nice. I'd like to say a special welcome to all the new employees. I attended a webinar on AI, and I think at some point we need to look at a policy, a board policy for AI, and I'm not sure if we want to establish a committee to do some research and make recommendations to us, but I think it's time. We're probably late. Also attended the When the Dissenter Becomes a Disruptor webinar, and also did some work with California Edge Coalition, the adult education on dual enrollment. So I'll have some comments during the presentation. And I'd like to say a special thank you to all of the board who last May unanimously appointed me to this board. I thank you for that opportunity. However, my time is up. So recently I had to file my papers to run for this seat. So, and which puts the Haku convention right very close to the election. So unfortunately, I won't be able to go because I'll be working on that. And with that, just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Oden. Trustee Kinnaman.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm going by the order. No? Okay.
We skipped trustee Pettis when you went to trustee Oden.
Oh, okay.
We can go back.
Oh,
to
I'm
trustee Perez.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Trustee Perez. I thought they had you the other way. I was like,
Sorry, Ruben. My bad.
I'm very bad. I'm just skipping around. Okay. Trustee Perez, I'm sorry.
Buenos dias. Thank you, Madam Chair. The day before yesterday, I had the opportunity to attend the college core fellowship ceremony. I have my water bottle here under my role with the Assemblyman's office, but I was there to present certificates, but I was there nonetheless. And it was great. I mean, Jocelyn is doing a really great job with that program. She said she threw it together last minute. It was still very cutesy. It was very demure. It was a great ceremony, man. And really, it was about the students, and that's really what it's all about. Jocelyn, Lisbeth, Saida, Desiree, they're all doing great work, and the fact that students keep coming back, I think, is a testament to the great work that they're doing. And what a great program! I mean, fostering civic engagement in our students, and they're going out and helping their community, and they're getting some money in their pocket. I mean, that's awesome. I'm really encouraged that for more students to go out and participate, because it really is a great program, and the students that did participate seem to really be enjoying it. I also, like everybody else, had the awesome opportunity to attend the ribbon cutting ceremony for our Indio expansion project yesterday, and what a beautiful day, what a beautiful event. I mean, the details in the building are amazing. It's so inviting, and I can see that students, just loving it. I mean, you actually want to kick it there and hang out. I think students are really going to enjoy that, and I'm just really excited for the students that are going to, enjoy that space now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Now, Trustee Kinnaman.
Thank you, Trustee Stefan. And I concur with Trustee Perez as far as the Indio expansion. Nobody wanted to leave yesterday. Was it just yesterday? Okay. Yes, nobody wanted to leave. It is just so remarkable. It's open. It's new and fresh, and it doesn't feel like you're going into an old university building. And I think that that's really exciting. The technology that's there for our students is phenomenal. And Aaron Hope, I know your team had to pull together a lot because so many participants were there, so many recognitions and accolades from electeds and council members, et cetera. It's been a big lift over the years for everybody. And just to see the campus double in size is of so much significance to the community. So thank you, President Hope, and I really want to give a shout out to Dr. Enders. Her enthusiasm in going through the facility and sharing with us the different components. And even when we missed the labs on the third floor and we were back on the first floor, she agreed to take people back up to the third floor and show them the labs. And so I know that there are those people that like labs, and there are those that didn't go up to the third floor. But again, thank you so much for a great event. And that's all I have.
Thank you. And Trustee Gonzalez.
Good morning again, everyone, and thank you for joining us. I love to see everybody's smiling face. It means you're ready for the year. As my fellow trustees have stated, I also had an opportunity to attend the ribbon cutting yesterday. What a beautiful building. I really was taking time to walk through all the different floors and see the design. So I know, I can't think of his name, I apologize, the person that's in charge of design. And he was a little impressed that I noticed the two different colors of the carpet and all of that, but that's just kind of me. Like, I really enjoy looking at that, and I thought it was just so nice, the color schemes, and one of the things that really impressed me were where the faculty offices are. The space where the faculty can meet with students is so relaxed. And I think that's really going to help with building those relationships. It's all about the space, right? It's a beautiful building. There's so much light in there. I made sure when I entered the elevator, yes, I was lazy. I didn't do the stairs. But I did notice that it had also the placard, so you know what's on each floor. So I took a picture of it and I made sure that I walked around. The labs were amazing. I got to meet some of the chemistry instructors, and they were explaining all the different components. Wow, like really state-of-the-art stuff in there. And I just think that it's just amazing that we're able to provide that space for our students, right? I know that one of the Spanish news outlets interviewed me, and I made sure that the message that I send out there is that College of the Desert is not only for students graduating from high school coming here, that it really is open and available to all ages or someone looking to have a career change. So I do read your reports, faculty, and I saw some of that. Like, we focus a lot on the young folks, and I think we're doing a great job at the campaign of people's stories. So that's a little plug for you, Nicholas. Maybe we have some faces on there that look a little more like me, with a little bit of canas, some white hair. Include some of those. But I do think that it was just amazing. A lot of people that were there came up to me and said, wow, congratulations to all of you. This is beautiful, amazing. Of course, we want to thank all the taxpayers, because these are all bond dollars that are being utilized. But I also want to thank the city of Indio for partnering with us. I mean, $1, that's pretty good, right? So I think that's a great partnership. It shows true commitment, I think, from a city when they're willing to do that, because they could have nickel and dimed, the college for a purchase, and they didn't. So I do want to appreciate the city of Indio for all their support and, ensuring and believing that it was going to get, built. And it is, and there it is. I do want to wish everyone a very fruitful 24-25 school year. I know you're all excited. I'm hoping that I could join some of those events that are coming up. It's a little difficult with my job, but I want to do that. And before I end, I see that he left, but I want to thank Mayor Burstein. Although you all know that I vote no, and I've stated 100 million times why, I do want to appreciate him for coming today and, just putting it out there that this project, I'm the only no vote, right? There's 5 of us, so the project is moving forward. The project is set to break ground, and fine and dandy. It doesn't deter me from how I vote, but I do want to appreciate that he came forward. I think it's important that we acknowledge, right, that he's happy, the residents are happy, people are happy, and again, it won't deter me from voting how I vote for the reasons that I stated, and I feel that I'm, providing that vote and representation of constituents that are speaking to me. So, but I do want to appreciate him sitting here and acknowledging that it's moving forward. So, again, I will continue to vote no, but I'm happy that he's happy. So with that, again, just want to wish everyone a great academic school year and looking forward to what the future holds.
Thank you so much, Trustee Gonzalez. And now it's time for my report. First off, I want to thank everybody for being so positive and enthusiastic today. You guys are absolutely phenomenal. My birthday was the last day in July, and, nothing really happens on that day, and I don't celebrate it really anymore. But yesterday, when we had that ribbon cutting, it was like cutting open the package that had the big dollhouse in when you were a little kid, your dad made you a dollhouse. And You know, it was like cutting that open, and it had the furniture in it, and I'm going through the place looking at it, and I'm thinking, and the only thing it was missing, and I can't wait to the first day of classes, because I'm gonna see those classrooms filled with students, and I'm gonna see faculty in there working. I did get a chance to meet some of the classified employees. Man, I'll tell you, that was those were the first people I gravitated to yesterday, and I thank them for all that hard work, because that place, when we walked down onto that little patio, that was beautiful. It was just, you know, like, it was all set up, it was all nice, and I know that we have staff here, and I know Jessica back there was working really hard, and a lot of people were putting in a lot of extra time. But I mean, that place was fabulous looking. You know, there's a few things inside that need to be tweaked yet. It's not quite finished, but overall, that was so impressive. And the attendance, wow. I spent most of the morning just thanking people for coming out and being there for that. And I hope the enthusiasm is going to stay really high for the first day of school, because this is a new beginning. You know, it's a whole new beginning for Indio. It's a new beginning when we're talking about Palm Springs. Today, we're going to be addressing Palm Springs. We're going to be looking at where we're at with Palm Springs and where we're going. And this is going to be really exciting. You know, we're not just doing a little bit here, a little bit there, but now we're starting to open things up. And as we make more and more progress across the valley, we'll be able to expand even further. This is just a really exciting time for everybody. And I want to thank everybody, and I want to really welcome our new individuals, new hires, because the enthusiasm that you show and the enthusiasm that your colleagues have shown for you today, that's the icing on the cake, you know. So I want to thank you all for a beautiful birthday that I had yesterday. I'm wrapping my package. I'm still looking for the students, you know, getting the little dolls in that dollhouse. And I'm looking forward to see all of your smiles and your happiness on that first day of class when those kids come back. And I know we're going to have a great year. So thank you very, very much for everything. And at this time, President Hope, you will provide your report.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I want to direct the board's attention to the fact that IT has installed a new podium in the boardroom. So it looks a little bit more like it's supposed to be here rather than the little podium we had, and it can fit more than one person there, and it's also accessible. So it will go up and down depending on your height, and I think it's a big addition. I want to thank IT for installing it last week, and we all think it looks great. I also want to acknowledge and affirm the comments made by the trustees today regarding the ribbon cutting expansion at Indio. The event was really well attended. I was happy, and thank you to all the trustees who came to the event. That means so much to the faculty and staff. And I want to also especially thank our PIO, Nicholas Robles, Isabella Volero, and Dottie Durney for planning and executing the event. It was really beautiful. And also, as Trustee Kinnaman has done, acknowledge Jessica Enders, who's gone through, I don't know how many worry beads over the last 2 years, but probably quite a few. And she's really worked very hard, put heart and soul into the building, and that level of detail showed. I also want to note that students actually were the first people to use the building already. So on Wednesday night, we had the Roadrunner Rally with about 450 students using the building already. They had sessions on financial aid, they could register, we had tables regarding services and programs. And I want to congratulate everyone who helped make that a success too, because there were a lot of faculty and staff involved in making that successful. And of the 450 attendees, we love that families brought their children along with them. A lot of them were new students who were registering for the first time, getting information. So it was a terrific event, and we all were so happy that it was filled with students before we'd even done the ribbon cutting. Also want to report that the $5 book rental is being expanded this semester in order to reflect additional donations from the foundation. The college spent approximately $55,000 in additional rental books, or about 215 books, bringing our total rental capacity to about 350. The college is adding titles to the rental choices for spring semester as well, in order to continue alleviating costs and giving faculty additional time to explore ZTC options. Also want to note that on the 27th of this month, our EdSites texting methodology goes live. Thank you, Mr. Oden. A comprehensive texting system is going to allow us to text students once a week with a multiple choice question in order to gauge their academic progress, their financial status, their basic needs, their state of mind, and their sense of belonging. The questions only take a few seconds to answer, and we've set up an infrastructure that then will push out information to students depending on their answers, and we have an outreach team who will be calling students based on their responses if we determine that they are in distress. So that will start very soon too. I'm happy to report too, our restroom modifications for gender neutral access have been completed on all single-use bathrooms. So I know that's something that the board wanted updated reports about. We're very pleased to see that work continue, and I want to thank M&O for their tireless work on this and the leadership of our M&O team and Vice President Garcia. On August 12th, the management team held a dinner celebration for our night crew in public safety and M&O, because they're not always able to attend our lunches in the afternoons when we welcome everybody back. So we had a dinner to make sure that they also felt included and seen, and we all served, and it was a great celebration. So really appreciate them. A lot of times their work is not acknowledged because we don't see them during the day, but everything that they do keeps the campus safe and beautiful, and it's important that we include them with a gesture of gratitude. Want to note too that next week the Palm Desert campus is going to host a welcome day, which you heard a little bit about. Val, do we have what, 600 RSVPs for next week? 530 RSVPs for our welcome day event next week. So we're really excited about that. I think we've stopped taking reservations, haven't we? Yeah. So we're going to have a big resource fair, information. Again, this is all part of our strategy to increase community engagement and welcome people to our campuses. We also, thank you, Corbin, for providing the update on Flex. Yesterday, we had a planning session with Career Ladders Project, who's running a 3-hour session with us to help us plan and work on dual enrollment together. So we're excited about that. And then last, I want to announce that the Palm Springs campus won a design award by the Community College Facilities Coalition. And so that award will be given to the college in November, which is really exciting and speaks well to the kind of comments that you've all made about the way we think about design and the student experience. So congratulations to us on that. Thank you, Trustee Stefan.
Turn myself off. Okay, thank you very much. And I forgot to mention, every time we do a ribbon cutting or a groundbreaking or a beam signing, we always forget to mention MASA's support and help for all of these projects. And so I just want to give a shout out to MASA and let them know that, they are not forgotten. We get reports from them at our meetings, and for some reason, it just kind of goes out the window when we do the final thing. So just to make sure that we recognize them. Okay, at this time, we're going to move into the consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda will be considered for approval by a single vote without discussion. Any board member may request that an item be pulled from the consent agenda to be discussed and considered separately in the action agenda. Are there any requests to separately consider any of the consent items?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I would like 11, 1 through 7 pulled for a separate report on the dual enrollment.
That was 11,
1 through 7.
1 through 7. Okay, thank you. Okay, so at this time, trustee Oden has requested to pull item 11.1 through 7. Are there any other requests?
Yes.
Yes.
You know, go.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna pull item 10.9, number 4. I'd like to make a motion to divide number 4 out of 10.9 for separate consideration. Did I do that correctly, Card?
10.9, number 4, and it's
That I have
going to be
instructions
to
right here.
divide.
All of them, so.
Okay. I know, we're trying to follow this, okay.
And I also,
And trustee Gonzalez, you have one too?
yes, I think some of them have already been pulled, but I'm gonna try to make sure that I use the proper language, or else Carlos is gonna get the ruler and then come my way. So I would like to request that well, 10.9 has already been pulled, consider for a separate vote. I would like 10.2, number 1, to also be considered for a separate vote. Also, number 22 on 10.2, on 11.3.
10.2, number 22.
Yeah, so there's
Okay.
10.2, number 1, and number 2 to be considered for a separate vote. And then I think trustee Bettis already pulled 10.9, number 4. I had a question on those too. And then under 11.3, I would also like for that one to be separated and considered for a separate vote. And 13.4 as well.
4. Okay.
It's already in action.
Now I have a question. This one says 11.05.
Yeah, I just have a
11.1?
Yeah.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
just for clarity, item 13.04 is in action, not in consent, so you wouldn't need to pull that one at this time, trustee Gonzalez.
You are correct. I just looked at my flow here.
that one down.
You're right. My apologies on that.
And what I have written down just for clarity is items 11.01 through item 11.07, item 10.09, number 4, item 10.02, number 1, and number 22.
Can you go back and go slow so I can?
Absolutely, my
Really,
apologies.
really good. I'm trying really hard.
11.101, excuse me, through 07, that was pulled by
1
trustee
through
Oden.
7, right? Okay, that's right.
The request then came for 10.09, number 4, to be pulled separately, so the intent is to divide. 10.02, number 1, and number 22. And then there was a second request for 11.03, but we've already pulled that, so you don't need to do that again. And the last request is an action item, so we cannot pull it from the consent item.
Okay. Okay, I got that. Yeah, I got that one twice is what I did. And 11.05 is already pulled, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right. Okay, here we go. This is going to be fun. Okay. Does anybody else have anything else they'd like to have pulled?
Is there anything left?
You just wanted to create a lot of work for me, you guys. I know, this is fun. That's all right, we're going to practice. Okay, so here we go. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as it now is presented after having pulled these items?
So moved.
Second.
And there is a second. We don't get to discuss. So, and could we have a roll call vote, please?
Madam Chair, I believe there is an intent to do there's another script there for you
Yeah, it's,
about recusing?
yeah, but we've pulled that item.
Okay, so you're going to do it individually. You're not doing it.
Yes, it's
Got
one
it.
that will
Thank
be
you for the
done
clarity.
individually. We'll recuse from those when the time comes, because I think someone else has that problem.
All right, student trustee Robles,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Oden,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Gonzalez,
Aye.
trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. Now we get to go from the top to the bottom. So the first one we're going to do is we are going to look at 10.02, and we are going to divide this into 3 parts. We're going to divide it into part 1, part 2, and then all the rest. Is that correct?
So the only thing on the table now, I think will go in order, is 10.02, what was formerly 10.02 number 1. You'll take action on that, and because it was divided separately, then you'll take action on 10.02 number 22.
Oh, it's 22. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
And then you would do the
All the
11s. Yeah.
all the rest. Okay. So we don't have.
Sorry, you would do 10.09 number 4. My apologies. And then you
Well,
would do the 11s.
that one will come up after the 10.02. I want to make sure that I've covered everything in 10.02. We already voted on the rest, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, because we divided the way we did.
Because I was also number 1.
Number 1 and number 22.
Yeah, we have 2 parts to that. Okay, so right now, if everybody could look at 10.02, number 1. This is the group Delta Consultants Incorporated. And can I have a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve this item of 10.02, number 1. And discussion.
So in this, Madam Chair, I understand that those services are needed for projects, but again, I am not supportive of the investment that is being made.
Okay,
So we can call the question.
okay. So if we could have a roll call, please.
Student trustee Robles,
Can I have clarification on what I'm voting towards, please?
yes, sir.
What it is, it should be on your screen, number 1 there, the group Delta Consultants. The agreement is for supplemental geotechnical consulting services for the Palm Springs Development Project.
Aye.
Trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Oden,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Gonzalez,
Nay.
trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, and if we could have technology support us by moving to 10.02, number 22. It's still in that list. It's that near the down. Ooh, right there. Okay, and this is the College and Career Access Pathways Partnership, Coachella Valley Unified School District. I need a motion to approve this.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the College and Career Access Pathways Partnership with Coachella Valley Unified School District. And someone had it pulled, so I believe they want to speak to that.
I do, Madam Chair. I would like to recuse myself from this item, as I'm employed by Coachella Valley Unified School District and have a conflict of interest on this item.
Okay, is there any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, if we could have a roll call vote, please.
Student trustee Robles,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Oden,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Gonzalez is abstaining, and trustee Stefan,
Aye.
or recusing, excuse me. Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. And now we're going to go to item 10.9, number 4. It was pulled after a division, with a division there. So we've approved everything else. So now we are looking at the WRNS Studio LLP for Palm Springs Development Project. I need a motion to approve.
So moved.
I need a second. And any discussion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on here. What happened here? It says that it's for labs in the design, and I'm trying to figure out how it is that we forgot labs in the initial design. So if somebody can provide an explanation as to how that happened and why is it that we're now going back and designing labs. And I just find it really interesting how we're, getting lauded for, the design of this project, and but doesn't seem like we can even get it right. I mean, how do we forget labs? So if somebody can please clarify that for me, I'd appreciate that.
Perhaps I can start, and then I may call upon Robert Rauscher to provide some additional support on the answer. As I understand it, the initial design, because it did not specify what health sciences were going to be part of the initial programming, the labs weren't part of the initial design. And I'll be honest, I haven't been part of the conversation as it relates to the labs, but Mr. Rauscher has, and so can I have you speak to that?
Good morning, everyone. President Hope is substantially correct. At the outset of the project, the science labs were not part of the intended program for the project, although we did know that we would need some support spaces. As the program has developed over time, and especially as we embarked on the re-engagement of schematic design after February of '23, we determined that there was a district-wide need for additional science facilities at the same level as what you saw yesterday in Indio. And so the effort then has been to synchronize the Palm Springs effort with what we've already been developing in Indio and here at the Palm Desert campus. Because that was a late addition, we felt that it was fair to negotiate a small additional services fee with the design team, most of which went to the engineers who are figuring out the technical capacities for those spaces. Hope that helps.
Thank you for that explanation, Robert. I find it really interesting. This project was expensive. It's getting more expensive. I saw this coming a mile away, and I can't imagine that this would have happened had the superintendent president been a part of the process and have not been iced out due to the resolution that we passed last February. I cannot fathom that this would have happened without the superintendent president being there. Thank you. So I'll be voting yes, just because I do not want to delay the project and we're already rolling, but I think those points needed to be made. Thank you.
Any further discussion?
I had the similar question, and thank you for explaining that. And I actually did go back as I saw that on the agenda, and I did reminded me that the trustee that brought forward that resolution did exclude the president that was here at that time. I do remember that I voted no because I never agreed, not only not with the project, but how could you not involve a president in these types of matters? So, for me, also, I wasn't aware that we were awarded a design award. And I'm like, wow, so it was like missed across the board. And again, this is just going to increase cost. And I am starting to get a little worried because I know that we have, a few more projects that are in the pipeline and are going to be built. And, great facilities, great plans, whatnot, but are we going to put the college, especially with everything going on? I understand that the state shortfall won't affect necessarily the budgets on the bond, but what happens if we are not able to complete? And that's always, been an issue. I know that at one point, a few years back, we had scaled down the project, and even at that, we had a presenter, pretty much say can't sustain it based on the data of enrollment, even when this project was first identified. But it does concern me, that the scope and the scale doubled, tripled, I don't know how many times over. And don't get me wrong, I've seen the design. I mean, even though I don't agree with the project for all the reasons that I've stated, but it is a beautiful facility. But it does concern me that this is like first one, so do we have any more? What else has been forgotten? I don't know, at some point, I'm sorry, but President Hope, you need to come in and take, be part of this, because this is not okay. And again, I think this is why, as trustees, we need to be mindful when we vote on things. I know that we're human beings and sometimes we have emotions, but I don't think that decisions should be based or made on our biases or emotions. And this is just a prime example, right? To have excluded the person who is going to be in charge of overseeing, the actual operations is just concerning. And, hopefully we don't have a whole lot of other change orders and increased costs, because I think it's gonna definitely put us in a bind, but it's just our opinions here, but here we are.
If I can just respond quickly to Trustee Gonzalez. The presentation from Mr. Rauscher today will affirm that the design work is essentially complete. We will be submitting to the Department of State Architect, so I don't think that there will be additional design changes. I am supportive of including the labs in the building, but it is also true that I did not have a role in that conversation.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I don't know what happened in the past. I was not on the board at that time. However, our last presentation talked about the need of certain courses on every campus. So in the future, I don't think this will be an issue because there's standard courses that will be needed no matter where we build. So it's unfortunate that this happened this way, but I don't think it's going to be an issue for the future.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, if we could have a roll call vote on that, please.
Student Trustee Robles.
Aye.
Trustee Pettis.
Aye.
Trustee Oden.
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Nay.
Trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, at this time, we are now going to go into item that was pulled 11.01, items 1 through 7.
Yeah.
And we have, I believe those are all divided separately. If not, is that right?
Yes, they are divided separately.
They're all divided separately, so we'll consider each one separately.
Well, this shouldn't.
Or wait, we don't actually have to, do we?
No, it's one topic, so if there's
Yeah.
specifics that want to be hit on each, but I just think it's important to talk about the project in general.
But there is another consideration on this, because I need to recuse myself from item 11.05, number 5 on this.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
And that's because I'm an employee of Desert Sands Unified School District, and it would pose a conflict of interest possibly, or have the appearance of such.
Yes, I also, similar situation on 11.3, because it does have an agreement with Coachella Valley Unified School District, and again, that's my employer, so.
So the two of us will be recusing ourselves from specific items, so we do need to, I believe, take it separately. Is that correct?
I believe Trustee Stefan, now that that you and Trustee Gonzalez have recused yourselves from the specific items where you have a conflict of interest, if it's the board pleasure, you can make a motion to approve items 11.01 through 11.07, if that's the pleasure of the board, and then have a discussion about whatever issues it is that Trustee Oden or other trustees would like to address, if that's
Okay.
helpful.
When we vote, though, do we have to do each one separate? No.
You've already recused yourself from
We've
the
already
specific.
recused from that
Correct.
specific
Yep.
item. Okay.
It would just not, you would not participate in the conversation if you take them as a whole.
Okay. Okay, so now we need a motion to approve these items.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and at this time, we'll have discussion, and we don't get it discussed because it's taken as a whole.
But Carlos did state that because you were not doing these separately, then we can't participate in the discussion, is that?
That's right, yeah, we cannot.
At
the
all,
rest
in
of
any
it
of the.
But I believe trustee Oden had a point.
Trustee Oden wanted to speak to it.
Yes, I wanted to talk about the dual enrollment with adult education. Yes.
And perhaps it's important then, given that emphasis, we agree that adult education needs to be part of our effort. We're working closely with the adult school in Indio. Actually, Dr. Enders is taking the lead on that particular effort. And I don't know if she would like to provide a brief update about the work thus far. I know it's in very early stages. Maybe that can be part of a future presentation.
Okay.
But we are aware that that is also an area of opportunity for us and also a way for us to advance the well-being and economic mobility of a lot of our students as well.
And how does this or will this assist us in accomplishing our goal for FTEs?
It's a significant part of that effort. As you know, based on previous presentations from Vice President Garcia, we're about 1,200, 1,300 full-time equivalent students short of where we need to be. And as Interim Vice President Burrell will explain today, we have set some aggressive targets that we also think are reachable for dual enrollment in increasing the amount of opportunities. So I think we'll have more specifics for you, sir, in the study session.
Okay.
But you're absolutely right that it is part of our effort.
I'd like to respectfully ask that we look into some of Professor Dowd's concerns that were brought up during the public comment. I think she made some valid points, so I would just ask that we look into that a little bit, try to find some friendly resolution there.
I appreciate that, Trustee Pettis, and we are working with the association on a regular basis. And I think in that particular case, we failed to communicate clearly, which is part of what created, I think, the friction point.
Thank you. I'm happy to hear that it's working on it.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else that can participate in the discussion wish to participate in the discussion?
Student trustee?
Yeah, I just want to say that hearing about the dual enrollment when I was a student in high school, the college would present the programs and offer like the first steps of what the college experience would be like. My parents didn't go to college, so it wasn't a conversation that I could have at home. And if the college is going to like increase its visibility in the high schools and you can jumpstart your educational programs to get involved into a career or you could just start to explore earlier, I think it would be really impactful. And I can see myself, if I could be a high school student, I would definitely love to hear some of the things that the college is doing.
That's a great point.
Anyone else want to participate in this discussion? Okay, I will turn it over to President Hope for a roll call vote.
Student trustee Robles.
Aye.
Trustee Pettis.
Aye.
Trustee Oden.
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez. Trustee Stefan, both recused, motion carries.
Thank you so much. Made it through that. Okay, that was consent. And now we will move into the remainder of the action items. Or the action agenda, excuse me. We've already considered those pulled from the consent agenda. And so we are at 13.01, approval of the proposed timeline for the district superintendent president recruitment and selection process overview. Do I have a motion to approve 13.01?
So moved.
And a second, please.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. If we could have the presentation. Is there someone to do the presentation?
As I understand it, Vice President Galindo, our vendor recruiter is providing us the timeline and going to walk us through it.
Yes, thank you, President Hope. My understanding is that they are on standby on Zoom. Irene?
Yes, we are. Yes. Yes, we are. Can you hear me or can you see me?
We can hear you.
Okay, there. I think we're on now.
Yes.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Stefan, members of the Board of Trustees, and President Hope. We are so pleased to be able to partner with you in this important search. And I'm going to briefly go over the timeline with you. And we want to definitely leave space for you to ask us any questions or any clarifications. I know this is a very detailed document, and we do it this way so that each phase of the search is really presented here and the cadence of the search is presented here. We would also like to point out that where we are now is we have developed the survey listening session link for you to share before we come to campus, before we do the listening sessions, which will be virtual. And we also want to point out that it's important for the search committee members to really have an opportunity to look at this timeline, understand the importance of their contribution to this important work, and be able to ask questions and make sure that this timeline is in agreement with their availability for this important work. For example, at the first meeting, we will be introducing the overview and an orientation of this work and really giving the search committee an opportunity to ask questions. We'll introduce the confidentiality agreement template that we typically use. If you have one, that's fine, but we like to introduce that because it's important for this work to remain confidential. And we'll talk about why it's important for it to remain confidential to maintain a strong candidate pool. And then we'll review the timeline process, and we'll talk about the pool development process at that first meeting, as well as get agreement with the search committee members to make sure that the meeting dates and times on this schedule will be solidified by September 30th, so that everyone can understand and block off their calendars to make sure that we're all able to be present in the process. Any questions so far?
I guess we'll get more information later on how to access the listening survey link.
Excuse
I'm
me?
sorry, Bonnie, you didn't have your mic on. If you could please repeat yourself.
Oh, I'm so
Thank you.
sorry. I assume we'll be getting more information later on how to access the listening survey link.
Yes, we will send that link to you with the opening and closing date information. It'll open on August 26th and it will close on September 5th when we wrap up the listening sessions. We will be conducting those listening sessions on September 4th and 5th. And the survey link will close at close of business on the 5th. Why do we do that? Because we want to make sure we have all the feedback at the close of the listening sessions. And then my colleague, Dr. Jean Jacobs, and I will then work together to solidify the themes that we see emerging from the listening sessions. Challenges that the next president superintendent should be poised and ready to step into based on experience and accomplishments, personal and professional attributes and qualifications, and opportunities that the stakeholders feel that the candidate pool should know about and the next president superintendent can leverage. That's the part of the profile that we do. We're working with your marketing and communications teams to build out the entire narrative of the institution. I always say this is an opportunity to tell the world about what the College of Desert is doing right now, what's important to you, milestones, celebrations, accomplishments, as well as allowing the candidate pool to see themselves, if they're a strong competitive candidate, to see themselves in the role. So you will get that link. You will have that before August 26th.
And will that be going out to everyone on the campus, or how is that?
So
trying to
typically
figure that out.
you have a web page. I think you're going to have the web page. You're going to have a web page set up, and that link can be accessible from your website. And also, if we're working with Diana, and there will be stakeholders groups invited. And if someone cannot attend, they can submit their thoughts through the survey link. So it is an open and inclusive process. And we feel like that's really sets a positive tone for the search to be able to invite the campus stakeholders into offering their thoughts on those 3 questions.
And if I may, Trustee Stefan, what we are trying to do is once we establish that the board approves this timeline, as Dr. Bobby mentioned, they have the link ready to go. But just in case that the board decides to make any modifications to the timeline, obviously we will release it as appropriate. We wanted to get the link out as soon as possible because we do have constituents on campus still working, but we wanted to leave it open all the way, as Dr. Bobby mentioned, through September, because we anticipate obviously the faculty coming back, starting their semester and giving them ample time to respond to the survey. And as also as she mentioned, we would then be able to hold Zoom listening sessions as well. So if they wanted to participate in a listening session, they can do so as well at that point. But they'll have a couple of options on how to submit their feedback.
Okay, and are community members allowed to participate with the survey?
Yes.
At the website as well?
Yes, that is correct.
And we'll be putting something in the newspaper or on the news at night?
We will be working with our PIO, Nicolas Robles, to make sure that our website, we're wanting to design a website where all of this information will be available to the public. And we'll work with him to determine the best methods of communication to get it out there for our community.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. It was just such a short window. I was a little concerned, like, are we going to do that? Okay. Thank you. Yes.
Question?
Any other questions from board members so far? Okay.
So once we have collected that information, and as you can see, the details of, we would submit our final feedback to you by the 11th, and then you would then finalize the profile. The version of the profile would be ready for your review on September 16th, and then you would be asked to approve that profile on September 20th. And then we hope that we would be able to launch the search the week of September 23rd, because we need a solid 8-week window to recruit candidates. And we want to protect that precious window because we know that it's the start of the semester. And so we'll have an advertising plan, but we'll also be using our network to reach out to people to make them aware of this opportunity, have conversations, answer questions. And so we need that precious 8 weeks to make sure that we can help generate the strongest possible candidate pool for this important opportunity. So as we move forward now, I thought we might, I'll just mention search committee meeting number 2, and that's where comes in about halfway through the launch. We would allow we would then, because we have some candidates in the pool at that point. At that meeting, that is where I offer an anti-bias workshop in the search and selection process. That's an additional fee of $3,000 if you choose to do so. And we feel that's really important. I think I mentioned this in our last conversation with you, to really try to help mitigate bias in reviewing candidate materials. Mm-hmm. And the reason why we do that is you want to make sure that you're getting the best possible candidate, and you're all judging from the same rubric. And you're also looking at the draft interview, the semifinalist interview questions before you get access to the candidate pool. Why? Because you don't want to start reading candidate materials and developing questions that might be unconsciously influenced by someone's materials that you have already read. So those are two things I wanted to mention, and you would get access to the candidate pool at that point. And I'm going to ask now that my colleague, Dr. Jean Jacobs, take over from here. We know that the next meeting is search committee meeting number 3, which is really where we start narrowing the pool.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bobby. So when we get to the next phase, of course, the committee will have been given access to our secure website and be able to review application materials. We will have pre-screened those materials for the search committee, and we usually pre-screen them by putting them in, separate folders, A, B, and C, which we can define for you. A would be those candidates that are very competitive, check almost all of the boxes. B would be those candidates that are competitive but may have questions. And generally, C would be candidates that we believe are not competitive and may not be qualified for this given position. So we would have the website set up so you have access, the committee would have access to all applications. And we strongly encourage them to review the folders, especially A and B folders, as they go through the process. We will develop a draft rubric for the committee to use to assess the applications. And of course, that draft is something that each individual member will use to kind of guide their work and decision about whether or not this candidate, a given candidate, is someone you would want to move forward for further consideration. Once the committee has reviewed the applications, we do have a window on the timeline where we would like for the committee to submit their top candidates. Each individual committee will submit top candidates, a maximum of 8 top candidates for consideration, further consideration to be a semifinalist and to be interviewed. At that point, we will then, as they submit that to us at AGB, we will compile that information. And when we go into our meeting, we are going to share with the committee the results of the information they submitted to us. It will be anonymous, but we will, share how, it falls out. And we will then facilitate a session with the committee to determine and identify, if you will, candidates for further consideration. At this point, we would probably say our goal will be 8 candidates that the committee would select for an interview and to be semifinalists. And we're scheduling, or we have in the timeline, as you will see, that we would want to, of course, make sure that we have those 8 candidates in place and we're able to interview on December 16 and 17. And it will be very important, I believe, for the entire search committee to be part of this process, the interviews and of course, the selection of the semifinalists. Also during this time, we're going to initiate our due diligence, our initial due diligence, and that will include on-list reference checks that we will be doing, as well as social media, which includes Google checks, our Nexus, Lexis, and CourtLink checks. We will also, on the second day of the interview session, be able to share the results of that information with the search committee. So a lot of activity will be occurring during this particular phase as we think about that meeting, that third meeting with the committee. And then, of course, we would move into interviewing on, we've looked at coming in on the 16th and 17th for the semifinal interviews. And we've kind of outlined what we believe would work well for those 2 days. We could comfortably do 8 interviews in 2 days. And the committee would also have time at the end of the second day to then deliberate and talk about each candidate, the strengths, the weaknesses, and those that they would want to recommend and move forward, if you will, to the board for further consideration. Those who would be, in fact, invited back as finalists. So that gives you a sense of the next steps in the process. Let me stop there and ask if there are any questions.
Anyone?
I have one question.
Very
Got one question.
Pretty fun. No question?
Yeah, I have one question. In your due diligence section, in California, there's been a lot of laws around personnel and districts not being able to conceal information about candidates. In other words, not passing around a bad person to another district, or a person that may have violated something in law, but they retain them, but may have put something in their personnel file. And if they're approached, they're required to provide that information to the district. Are you going to be able to work in any of that into your due diligence so that we can be assured that nothing like that occurs?
So we, excuse me, we have a two-step process. When I think about, I'm going to share it that way. The first initial phase, as I mentioned, when we have the semifinalists selected, we will be doing that initial due diligence. When the finalists are selected, that's when we go into a much deeper, if you will, due diligence, in terms of the candidates. That will include a more in-depth background check. It will also include off-list reference checks. We will make sure candidates are aware that we're at that point in the process, and we will be, if you will, digging to try to get as much information as we can possibly get on a given candidate to share with you. Should we uncover anything like that, we would certainly share that with you, but we would also follow up with the candidate and make sure that we fully understand what the circumstances may have been regarding this particular situation. But we do pretty deep and thorough off-list checks. And what we find is, we may start with a certain number of checks, which will lead to additional checks. If we need to make those, we will do so. And we've done so in the past. So we're going to try to make sure you have everything you need to make the right decision for the district. And I'll ask my colleague if you would like to add anything.
Yes, and we let the candidates know that, this process is going to be thorough, and we invite you, if there's anything that might raise questions that you need to address, we encourage you to do it up front, because we're going to find it out. And so we invite the candidates to understand how thorough we are going to be. If there's any NDAs on your background, anything like that, we invite you to please let us know up front, and you can provide the context for it, because if you don't, and we have to elevate that to our client, and that's really an opportunity missed for you to bring some clarity to that situation.
And
Great, thank you very much.
Trustee Kitteman, if I may also, HR will be working closely with the AGB consultants, both Dr. Bobby and Dr. Jacobs. As we know, there's a lot of Senate bills that were just passed that allow a district to ask specific questions in terms of findings for any investigations when it comes to academic employees. And so those requirements that we have to by law will be implemented, as well as the thorough background checks that AGB will be conducting.
Okay, that's great. And then Jake will be working with you, I imagine, as well on that. And so, okay, perfect. It's a big investment and we want to get it right. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Absolutely, we understand that.
That's why this schedule gives us a lot of time to conduct those thorough background checks after the semifinalists, because the finalist interviews will happen the week of February 3rd. So we will be able to have the information on those candidates well before you have those finalist interviews the week of February 3rd.
Right.
And then we're hoping that you will be able to name a finalist and make that announcement by the end of February.
Great, thank you.
I might also add that as we get into the semifinal process and the interviews, we also will be drafting questions for the search committee's consideration. Certainly, they may want to revise, change, delete, add, but we would definitely prepare questions based on the profile for your consideration. And it's just a way to help support the committee and guide them in the process.
And as I said, they'll get those questions and the rubric before they get access to the candidate pool to try to help mitigate bias.
Right.
Any other questions at this point? I think it sounds good. Wonderful. We have a copy of that in our binders, just in case you guys didn't know that. I was able to locate that. So if no one has any other questions, I want to thank you, Kim and Janine, for coming today and sharing with us. It was a great presentation and it looks like a wonderful timeline. I'm looking forward to this, but we now need to take a vote. So if we could have a roll call vote, please.
Student trustee Robles.
Aye.
Trustee Pettis.
Aye.
Trustee Odin.
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And again, thank you so much for spending some time with us today. We really appreciate it.
Our pleasure.
Our pleasure. Thank you.
They aren't leaving, are they?
There's one additional item
Oh, there's
under
one more item. That's right.
13.02.
Okay. So here we go. 13.02, approval of the search committee structure for the district superintendent president selection process. Do I have a motion to approve item 13.02?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Oh, sorry, second.
Okay, and now if we could have the presentation, please.
There's actually not a presentation for this, only if there's some questions that related to how
okay.
the structure was recommended. But we are available. We basically wanted to have this available to the board for their consideration, discussion, and ultimate approval. As you can see from the agenda item, the proposal is to that the committee be comprised of 18 committee members, including one non-voting EEO rep. So technically 17 voting individuals in that committee structure. And these do align with the procedures outlined in our administrative procedure AP 7120. However, the board can modify the structure should they choose to do so, keeping in mind representation. But this is basically, once discussed and approved, it will allow district staff and AGB to reach out to each one of the constituent groups to obtain representation who can commit to the just approved timeline that you all approved. So that's why it's very important for us to get that approved timeline so those representatives can commit to those dates. Unless Dr. Bobby and Dr. Jacobs have any additional comments, it's up to the board to have discussion on this.
Could we have that moved up so that we can all look at that at the same time? There we go. 18 search committee members.
Madam Chair? That's where I have my question.
Okay.
There's one part-time faculty, and I know this is the process that we utilized before, but I think we communicate things to different groups. And I think to communicate to the adjunct that only one of them is important in this process, I think is the wrong message to send. I think we need to change that. Now, I don't particularly have a specific recommendation, but I don't think one adjunct is sufficient. Okay. We got 3 classified. 3, I mean, just if we look at the composition and if we look at the number of people who teach in the adjunct capacity, I just think that it sends the wrong message.
And I'd like to mention, this may have been the last time. I know when I went through the process, there were 2 trustees at the first level. And so it has changed over time. Sometimes the value in that, and I've shared this with Chair Stefan because she was on the committee, but sometimes there are individuals that leave our institution in a manner where they're not allowed to apply for a position, and that information may only be held in the trustees' hands. or they may only be the only ones with the knowledge of that, or were the attorneys that worked on it. And when those situations come up, the sooner you can nip it in the bud, the better, so that they don't get moved to the next level. And then you're trying to, sort through that. But that was the only comment that I had to the board chair. So, and I assume it's going to be a while. So is this something that if we acted on, that it could still be fluid, or once we do it, is it done?
Once we do it, it's done, especially because it requires the action of the board. Ideally, we would have this established so that we can move forward with the timeline. If we don't establish it today, we'd have to shift the timelines working with AGB, because we did want to reach out to those groups to get the representation assigned. The sooner the better. But again, it's up to the board to decide.
So if we amend the number of people on the committee, that it will alter the timeline?
No, if we don't vote on it today or decide today what the structure is, whatever that number is, if you alter it or you change representation, it's just, if we don't walk away today with what our structure looks like, we're not able to go out and contact those constituent groups to assign representation.
Can council help us on this? So,
Happy to help. We'll see how helpful
Okay,
it
thank
is.
you.
And Carlos, I'm gonna look to you here. We have a motion and a second already to approve the committee structure as presented, is my understanding. So if there's a trustee who would like to make a motion to amend the motion approving the committee structure, any trustee could certainly do that and specify what addition or subtraction or modification that trustee would like to make. Then we would see if there's a second in support of that motion, and there'd be a vote on the motion to amend. Does that make sense? Is that ringing true? But to go back to what VP Galindo was saying a moment ago, the board has broad discretion to determine what the structure of this committee is. That's exactly what this item is for today, is to have that discussion and make that determination. From a timeline perspective, Trustee Oden, to your question, the number of people on the committee won't impact the timeline. What could impact the timeline is if the structure is identified today, or if we wait a month. I don't want to speak for AGB, but it would seem to me it would delay the timeline about a month because we need that structure in place. Does that make sense?
It does. I have another question here.
Sure.
And on the list, it says one president or designee, College of the Desert Foundation, one president or designee, College of the Desert Alumni Association. I don't understand when it says president or designee, because I'm not sure that those are proper titles with the organizations, and I'm not sure, if something comes up with that later, how we would address it.
Sure. VP Galindo, do you want to chime in on this? I know this is the same structure that had been used previously, and then I have a thought after.
Right, and they were speaking, I believe what was meant by those was the actual board for those associations. So whoever sits as the chair or their designee for that, for those different entities, whether it's the association or the foundation.
So the board of that entity would make a determination as to whether they were appointing their president or a different designee to represent that organization.
That's correct.
Is that clarification?
It does, thank you.
Okay.
And Madam Chair, if I may, I'm looking at the list in here, and I feel like, I don't think a trustee is necessary, because I feel like they can potentially be intimidating or create some bias in the room. So I'd be nervous about that. I have pause about that. But I'm looking at the list, and I do agree with Trustee Oden's point about having at least one more part-time faculty member. But I think it'd be helpful to have somebody from the office of the president, like the executive assistant, who works with the president on an every day basis. I think they can have some unique insight to the position as well. So I'd like to make a motion to alter the committee structure to add one more part-time faculty member and a member of the Office of the President, the executive assistant.
And one from the executive.
Just a question. Are the executive assistants a part of classified?
They are not. They are confidential employees.
Okay, confidential, okay. Yes, all right, then I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table to add one additional part-time faculty and one member of.
A confidential employee from the president's
Confidential,
office.
okay, confidential employee. Confidential.
And I just want to state that I support Trustee Oden's recommendation and Trustee Bettis's recommendation as well.
Okay, any further discussion on this item? Okay, so we're looking at adding one part-time faculty and one confidential employee of the president's office. If we could have a roll call vote.
Student Trustee Robles.
Aye.
Trustee Pettis.
Aye.
Trustee Oden.
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And I hope that makes our AGB very happy that we approved something today for that
Madam Chair?
committee. Yes.
Just as a reminder, what you've done now is approve
Oh, we
the
just
amendment.
approved
Yeah.
amending it.
So now you
Oh,
want to
okay.
discuss the structure as revised, which is striking one part-time and inserting two, and the insertion of one Office of the President Executive Administrative Assistant.
Okay, so now we have 20 people on this. Does everybody understand what we just did? Okay, so now I need a motion to approve what our new criteria, or our new committee format is.
So moved.
Okay.
So the motion's already on the table. So all you need is, if there's any more discussion about the revision, if not, you're adopting the item as revised.
Okay.
So we don't have to vote again?
Yes, you do, but you don't need to take another motion because you've already have it on the table.
Oh, okay. Okay, so now we are, what we're gonna do is we're gonna vote again, and this time we're voting on the revised amendment.
Student Trustee Robles.
Aye.
Trustee Pettis.
Aye.
Trustee Oden.
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries. Again.
Okay, now I hope AGB is very happy. We made it through that one. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We look forward to working with you.
Thank you. We look forward to. Thank you so much.
So much. Okay, and now, we're gonna go into 13.03. This is resolution number 081624-1. It's a resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Desert Community College District Board of Trustees amending resolution number 042623-1, the conduct, to conduct comprehensive forensic and information technology audits to replace the targeted investigations as directed by the board and related action. I believe I need to have a motion on
Chair
this.
Stefan, I would like to make a motion that this action item is tabled until the October meeting.
Till October. Okay, I don't have my cheat sheet in here. Do I? Table, what do I do with a table?
Trustee Kinnaman, if may I ask why October, not September?
Well, I was looking at this is August, and there's so many people gone for season, and this is such a high-profile thing that we've talked about. And that was one thing. And the other thing is we received our packets, and the public received them 3 days ago. And on both the next two items, there's a lot of information in there to digest. And most people probably work, and many probably, if they've opened up those documents, haven't had time to review them. I know I was reviewing them even this morning still. And I believe that there's a lot of people that aren't in the community. You know how it gets when it gets to 120 degrees. We see a lot of people that go away. And it would, to me, seem like it'd be more transparent and more inclusive for us to have that conversation when there's a larger audience present. And that was the main motivation.
So it's
Did
just
I need a second?
to provide a larger audience?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, what was the question?
We have a motion to table. Do I need a second on that?
Correct, you have a motion to postpone to October.
Postpone, okay. Because he said table to start.
I should have
Yeah,
said
you should have said
postpone.
postpone.
It's postponed.
Yes.
Okay,
Thank
so I need a second on that motion.
That's correct.
Before we technically can have.
Ask any more, correct, thank you.
I just want to make sure we do it correct so we don't have a problem later. So could we have a second? So this will die, yeah, question. I need to have a second to ask questions.
Yes, the question was, would the second give us discussion? The answer is yes.
Yes. Okay, now discussion. And I believe we were left off over here and I interrupted somebody, so I apologize. I'll move back over here again because I didn't want to do it out of order.
Yeah, probably a question for legal counsel or our interim president. The posting met the legal requirement, correct? Okay. Yes. So I'm just trying to digest, because I know that, you know, this has been going on for some time, and just to delay it further. For an audience, I'm not sure that I'm quite grasping what the purpose of the ask to, or the motive or for tabling this item is.
I think a lot of times we provide an information session here and at a subsequent meeting, put an action item on. And that way the public's informed and then we're able to vote, which, you know, I'm very comfortable with information being provided and then people being able to digest it and ask questions, et cetera. The other thing in here on this item is the original resolution was not included when it was posted, so it puts the burden on the people in the community to go back and look up the original resolution to see what's not here. And so that takes additional time for people to review.
But I think as a trustee, we have a responsibility to review our materials prior to the meeting and make any recommendations, suggestions, you know, just also coming from, you know, someone who was on the subcommittee and obviously participated at 100%, just trying to grasp why we want to delay this.
I think it's more about the significance of this item and the transparency to the community and making sure that they are aware of what's taking place. And, you know, I would question whether it was fully concluded because I know one trustee they did not do the one-on-one with the auditors, and that was written into the report that's being presented today.
Well,
Can I interrupt you because you're not really going through the chair anyhow?
Oh.
But if we could have legal.
I just wanted to clarify Trustee Gonzalez's question. Yes, the materials meet the legal requirements for posting and public access. So this item, if the board decides to move forward on it, is properly before the board today. But to Trustee Kinnaman's motion that's on the floor, any trustee has the right to make a motion to postpone it to a different date. So the question before the board now is whether to take this item up today or to adopt the motion that's on the table to postpone this item to October.
And yes.
What is the impact to what is the group?
Leslie.
To the report itself.
It's a good question. We have Beth Calciano and Mark Hensley from Hensley Law Group here to do a presentation on this item. If it's the board's pleasure, I could have the Hensley Law Group, who have been special counsel to the board on this forensic audit issue, respond to that question, Trustee Oden? Chair Stefan, is that?
Yes, that would be a good
There's
idea.
Beth and Mark. Hello to you both. I don't know if you heard the question from Trustee Oden, but it is, if the board decided to postpone this item to October, please correct me, Trustee Oden, if I'm getting your question incorrectly. what impact that might have on your work and your report.
Cost.
Well, if it's not going to alter our report, to the extent there's any desire to move forward with a couple of the items, it would, I guess, potentially further delay looking into those items, and which at this point in time, from the report, we've stated that they're kind of stale at this point in any event, so they'll become a little more stale, if you will. But I don't know that 30 days is that significant. But the same report will be submitted. You know, you just essentially take what you have today and put it back and put it in the September agenda.
And it would be 60 days, because we're talking about October, not September board meeting, roughly. So there was another question by Trustee Gonzalez.
Not necessarily a question, but I did want to clarify. I heard Trustee Kinnaman mention, and I want to thank you for letting us know that you in fact communicate with a certain blogger. But to your question as to when you stated not wanting to speak to the attorneys, I just want to remind you and everyone else that I sat on the subcommittee and I did not have anything further to add. So I was not cooperating. I've stated what I've stated as part. Hold on just a second.
I didn't reference you. I said one,
please allow me
according to the report, one trustee.
Please allow me to continue.
Right now, please.
Thank you. I think we all know, it's stated clear in the report that, but I did not have anything further to add. Again, I've been part of the subcommittee. This has been going on for a long time. In fact, I believe it was you that brought the original and really wanted to speed up through the process. So I don't see any value in us continuing this. It's already going to be costly, and to prolong it just means that then that's more cost to the district for our legal team. So I am concerned with that, because you speak of transparency, and I will never, go against transparency ever. But I do feel that we did have enough time to review the materials, and that all the recommendations were made. I believe that the report that was provided by the Hensley Law Group was very comprehensive. It's straightforward. Everything is there, and I don't see any reason or any value, or unless there's a different motive, why we would continue it that far down the line. I would say let's get the ball rolling.
So I don't know that if there's any.
I'm going to ask a question to both the consulting group and to our attorney. Will postponing it add additional expense?
I guess some incremental based upon we're here today and we'll be appearing again then. I don't, unless there's additional meetings between now and then, I guess it'd be relatively minimal.
And our attorney?
I defer to the Hensley Law Group on the work that they would be doing. We have a contract with HLG, so any additional hours that they put in, we'd certainly would be billed for those, and which is totally appropriate.
Okay. Now, I'm sorry, Trustee Kinnaman.
No, again, it's more about the transparency and making sure everybody has ample time to review it. We all have to be prepared for these meetings, and there were 2 trustees on the subcommittee that probably had information along the way, so they were well informed, of course. But people in the community, this all came about because we wanted to do a forensic audit to respond to a lot of the issues that the community also was bringing forward. And it's important for them to be able to get that information, or for them to be able to be here and provide public comments if they had an opportunity to have read it, because we may have had people here providing public comments.
And Trustee Oden?
Yes. I know that a lot of people leave and don't really come back. We know that. Does this alter the scope in any way?
Let's say every.
The question before the board today, if the board decides to take up the item, relates to the scope of the forensic audit, and the recommendation is to reduce, from Hensley Law Group, is to reduce the scope consistent with the written recommendations that were received. I don't believe that delaying the item would impact the scope unless somehow different recommendations were developed in the intervening period.
Nobody's going to make anything new.
Okay, anything else?
Yes, Madam Chair, as a member of the subcommittee, you know, we've been working on this for almost 2 years. It's been about 1.5 years, and I think there was a lot of desire early on to get it done as quickly as possible, and we've just been delaying it and delaying it and delaying it. And I think the community is ready to hear the results of the audit. I think there's a desire in the community to you know, close this, you know, and move on. I don't think there's any more desire in the community to have any more negativity coming out of College of the Desert, any more negative headlines, any more, you know, that's gonna create more, any more clicks. I don't think that's necessary. I think we're ready to put this to bed and move on. And, you know, the report's not gonna change. If people wanna go back and reread it, they can go back and read it. I mean, the attorney already said that, you know, we met the legal requirement for posting. If people wanna go back and read it, when they come back in 2-3 months, they can go back and do that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
And just to add, you know, I just, you know, I did hear Hensley Law Group, and I appreciate your honesty in saying that there, you know, could be some cost there. Obviously can't tell us what the scope of those costs would be. And I agree with Trustee Perez in that, you know, serving in the subcommittee, we have been working on this for a really long time. And what we're doing today is approving the scope. So if the public has any questions or any comments on anything that's there, they can continue commenting on it. Just because something isn't on the agenda doesn't mean that we can't have opportunity for community members, if they'd like, to speak. I think we have never, you know, not encouraged people to come and speak. So my understanding what we're approving here is the scope. And again, you know, to Trustee Kinnaman's point, yes, Ruben and I have been very involved, but by the same token, as mentioned, all the trustees had an opportunity for their input. So what this is the decision with the subcommittee and the Hensley Law Group of what the scope is going to be. And this is why I find absolutely no value in continuing this, prolonging it for who knows what motive or reason. Just to me, like, let's be professional. It's been done. It followed the process per the resolution. I mean, let's move forward and just get this, have our presentation, and let the Hensley Group continue with their audit.
Okay, normally we would, before we vote on it, have a presentation, right?
We could. Certainly Hensley Law is here to provide a walkthrough, their report, if that's something that the trustees would like, and answer any questions that come through that overview.
Okay, but Carlos, it would not be done until we had a motion for the actual item if we don't approve the proposal. Is that correct?
Correct. The
would
item
not
on the
be
table right
presented
now
now.
is to postpone the item.
Yeah, we have to vote on that first.
Correct.
Okay, so is there any other discussion that's new?
I make a motion to move the item.
So let's call the question.
Second.
Yes, let's call the question.
Wait, so, Madam Chair, there's a motion on the table currently, which was
Yeah,
to
it was
move,
the thing, yeah,
to postpone, right?
yeah,
There was a second, so now you need to take a vote on that.
yeah, that's what we're doing, yeah. Okay, so we're gonna take a vote on the postponement.
Student Trustee Robles,
I abstain.
Trustee Perez,
No.
Trustee Oden, Trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez,
No.
Trustee Stefan.
Aye.
The motion carries.
So we'll postpone to the next meeting, or 2 meetings out till October. And then we'll have the presentation at that time.
If I may.
Yes.
I just want to clarify, since our intent would be not to do any additional work. I mean, we might communicate obviously with the superintendent, legal counsel, but our intent would not be to go back and have further discussions with the individual members, et cetera, about our report. Because I think that, we went through that process already, and just want to make sure that that's how the board would feel about this, that we don't, it wouldn't be our intent to reopen the work we've done. When this is presented to the board, if they want to then redirect us and have us go back and talk to board members again, et cetera, that would seem, obviously appropriate because the board gives the direction, but it just seems like from the position, I feel like we're at this today, that it would be, we would not undertake further activities as far as meetings with the board members.
No.
Any disagreement with that, please let us know.
Chair Stefan, if I may, Mark, agree entirely, and the direction of the board was just purely to postpone the item with no additional direction for interviews or anything else. And I was actually just approaching the podium to thank Mark and Beth for both their work so far and for being here today. So Beth and Mark, thank you both very much, and we'll be seeing you in October.
Thank you, and thank the board.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
it also says that the subcommittee's work was fine. We're just delaying it for the report.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Or for political motives. We'll find out soon.
Okay, so that brings us down to 13.04. This is the Palm Springs Development Project Update. Clarification of the role of the project management team and direction to provide quarterly construction progress reports.
Chair Stefan, I'd like to make a motion that this action item is postponed until the October meeting, but that the presentation can proceed at this meeting.
Is there a second?
Madam Chair, did you not post this item?
I posted this item, yes.
Do you have a comment?
We can't have a discussion because there's no second. Correct, Carlos?
Correct.
We need a second if we're going to discuss this item. It is to postpone the Palm Springs Development Project. The update will go forward. Clarification of role of the project management team and direction to provide quarterly construction programming reports.
Chair Stefan?
Yes.
If I can just clarify, I think you may have made a comment that we needed a second to have a discussion on the item. We would need a second to have a discussion on the motion to postpone. If there's no second on the motion to postpone, then the item would proceed.
You'd still need a motion for the item to proceed, though.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, we would need that. So is there a second? If there's no second to postpone, then this item, or the postponement will die for lack of a second. Okay. So that motion died. So now we're back to the main motion. 13.04, Palm Springs Development Project Updates. Clarification of the role of project management team and direction to provide quarterly construction progress reports. Is there a motion? This is to approve. This is a motion to approve this item.
Okay, so that we can move forward with the presentation. Then so moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second this for the presentation. All right, cool. Let's do this.
Yes. Okay, now if we could have the presentation. And yes, I did request this item, and I will address that further after we hear the presentation.
We have Robert Rauscher from Moss to give the board an update of the progress and timelines concerning the Palm Springs project, and what we can expect in the future since we are in a transition point.
Good morning again. Excuse me, Madam Chair, Trustees, President Hope. Let me start, please, by taking the opportunity to thank you for this moment. We've been working very hard on this project, and it's a pleasure to be able to address you and let you know what we've accomplished so far. I want to preface my presentation by saying that I am fully aware that there are many perspectives on this project throughout the Valley, and I'm going to provide one perspective from that of a consultant working on making the nuts and bolts come together. And I will attempt to do that with as little bias as possible. Let's crack into it. The structure for my presentation addresses the past, present, and future of the project. I'm not going to cover those things exhaustively, but I do need to hit some high points. When I became involved in the Palm Springs Development Project, as it was soon to be called, back in 2019, I was put under the leadership of Dr. Scott Atkins as the primary administrator, the lead administrator on behalf of the college. My firm, Moss Companies, was continuing in our role as the bond program management firm, and we tackled the project initially as we would any other bond project. Through a variety of efforts, including a series of RFPs, we identified two architectural firms fairly early on, Pfeiffer Partners and Moore Rubel Udell Architects, and they assisted us in creating a new master plan and overall site development plan for the campus. Once that effort was complete in May of 2020, and we were doing, if you recall, every single meeting online at that point because of the pandemic, we made a decision to continue with Pfeiffer Partners as the advising architect for the project, meaning that they would have an ongoing quality control and oversight role for the foreseeable future into the project, and then MRY was allowed to continue on with other activities. I want to be very clear that there was a design competition that then followed between May of 2020 and later in the fall of 2020. That design competition resulted in the hiring of WRNS Studio as the architect of record, and they are the primary architect that I'll be talking about today, and those who have brought us to the state that we are currently in. And of course, it would be remiss to not mention that throughout this project, especially when the team was originally convened, we have worked, as we have on every bond project, with senior COD administration, faculty, and staff, and we'll talk about the faculty a little bit more in a moment, and of course, a variety of industry partners as well. The foundational premise of the project was that we would build a campus that allowed us to pursue 4 signature programs, those being hospitality, culinary arts, a center of excellence for healthcare education, and something that was originally addressed as sustainable technology. As we continue to develop the project, we adopted I think a very healthy mentality of understanding that sustainability is not a thing that you just do in one classroom. It is something that must be comprehensively woven into the entire campus from top to bottom, and so we have done that. We later on added architecture as a significant program element to the project. That did happen later, but generally speaking, those bones have stayed with us from the beginning, and a mandate that we were given from the college at the very outset to create a world-class campus in the Coachella Valley, something that we could all be proud of. The design team, as part of the effort in the master planning phase, developed a set of guiding principles to inform the architectural design itself. We wanted the facilities that we were designing and ultimately building to be forward-thinking and student-centric. We wanted them to be community-focused. We wanted to merge the inside and out. This is a part of making healthy buildings as a general principle, but it's taking advantage of where we are. We're in one of the most beautiful parts of the world, and we have the opportunity to provide a broad array of instructional modalities that take advantage of getting outside of the classroom. and doing different things. We wanted the campus to be intuitive and welcoming. We want it to be very contextual. The material and the architecture of the project were determined early on to of necessity be part of the Palm Springs and the Coachella Valley fabric. So as we know, modernism is a major element of Palm Springs architecture and culture, and so we have adopted an architectural approach here that translates modernism into a more contemporary and future-looking perspective. And along with that, we wanted to create an architecture that reveals one of our, I'll say, catchphrases that we've developed is that learning should be visible everywhere. So we want this entire campus to be an opportunity to learn. Finally, touching once again on sustainability, we knew that the campus should be a model of stewardship. To that end, we are right on track to create a LEED Gold certified campus. And that is no small feat given the size of the project itself. As you might imagine, a project of this size requires input from experts, both within our organization and from without as well. And in addition to local industry partners, especially many who have come to us from the hospitality and culinary and healthcare divisions of our valley, we consulted with a cross-section of COD faculty and staff as well across multiple departments. I will not read every name for you. I'll trust you to do that. But it needs to be noted that we've collaborated closely with hospitality and culinary, with student services, commercial music, campus support, of course, with the various directors who lead their departments. Digital arts and media, of course, has a significant role in the project, as well as science, and we talked about that a little bit earlier, and healthcare. It has almost been, a validation of the phrase, "it takes a village," and so it does. I received a list from the architect the other day indicating over 180 individual consultants from the architectural and engineering teams who have been involved in the current design team. So again, kind of revisiting the project timeline. As I stated, we completed the master planning and programming effort in May of 2020, and the design competition that netted us WRNS Studios was complete in October of 2020. We then proceeded with schematic design, and we developed a scheme that was maturing fairly well up through March of 2021. Then, of course, there were some changes in April of 2021 that resulted in the interim president who came to us and said that we wanted to proceed with caution. And there was a period, just to be really frank about it, where the messages were a little mixed. One day we would go full speed ahead, and the next day we would kind of slow down a little bit. And what was anticipated, as you all know, was that a new president would be joining us shortly, and we would need to defer some decisions to that new administration. So in the period between April of 21 and then later in the fall of 21, we had a series of studies and doing a lot of math and calculation to look at the program of the project. There were outside studies conducted by firms, as you all know, that gave various opinions on what should be done there. I will tell you all, for the sake of full disclosure, I was not with Moss between fall of 21 and fall of 22, so I missed a lot of that activity. And when I returned in fall of 22, we were just beginning to move forward with what I'll call an alternative schematic design. Amongst the design team, we called it Schematic Design 2.0 because we have a need to organize information in a certain way, and we did so. That schematic design, that alternate design, came to completion in February of 2023, and we brought it to the Board of Trustees and presented them with that design. At the same time, for reference, we were asked to present the prior scheme from March of 2021, and as you know, there was a motion passed by the board in that February meeting that gave us, if you will, a course correction on the project and embarked us on what we ended up calling schematic design 3.0 for a while, but which we now simply call the project. That direction, in summary, was to complete that prior schematic design from March of 21, to create a project management team that included local city representatives who were to assist and advise us in completing that schematic design. We were instructed to incorporate the architecture program that I mentioned earlier. We were instructed to omit the learning hotel program, but keep the event center, which was part of the hospitality keystone for the project. We did include a smaller hospitality element adjacent to the culinary program in this new 3.0 approach. We were directed to conform to an overall project budget of $405.7 million. And we were directed to submit plans to DSA without delay and proceed into construction. So we started off with those meetings with our new PMT. We were frankly fortunate beyond words to have the participation of Rita Lamb, Daniel Porras, and Flynn Fagg of their respective cities. They represented not only their constituents well, but candidly were huge champions of the college and everything that we do, and we couldn't have asked for better allies. The 4 meetings we held from them in March, April, May, and June of 23 were all held according to the Brown Act, which was as directed in the motion. They were public and they were active, and they resulted in a few changes, believe it or not, to the project. In the finalized schematic design that resulted from those meetings, we not only incorporated the changes that were directed by the board action in February, but we also relocated the event center to the northeast corner of the property to provide a much stronger presence and urban fabric to the campus, so that when people are traveling back and forth down the Tahquitz Canyon corridor, they understand that CUD is here to stay. We also maintained the unifying super roof concept for the overall architecture, which is, I think you're going to see as the project is built, one of the more spectacular things that's going to exist in the Valley. It is truly a gateway and an inspiring moment for students. I'm going to derail myself for a minute, so bear with me. I want to just kind of recap the way the American Institute of Architects directs us to generally pursue capital improvement projects. I'm not going to speak to planning and funding or any of those things, but once those items are in place, we undertake the schematic design that gives us the diagrammatic and conceptual understanding of the project. Once the schematic design is complete, we move into design development, which adds refinement to what's been done so far, but begins to introduce a higher degree of scale and engineering to the project. Then that engineering really hits full stride in construction documents, where we're creating all of the plans and specifications that ultimately will be approved by DSA and used to build the building. It is, in fact, a recipe for how this particular building will be built. Once we have completed CDs and DSA has approved the plans, we bid the project, and then we go into construction administration, where everything is physically actually built by the contractors. Once the contractors have had their say, we get to move into our building and have another ribbon cutting ceremony. So, let's talk a little bit about the design process to date, just a little more, and then we'll get into the present. The PMT role, as I understand it, has been completed. It was completed back in June of 23. And again, thank you very much to our participants. Once that was complete, we immediately met with DSA as directed and began the process of preparing the plans for their review. We also moved immediately into design development. So while the architectural and engineering teams were developing the plans into something more mature and usable, DSA was talking with us about how we were going to approach plan check with them with such a large project and make sure that we had adequate staffing. I'll say more on that in a moment. We ultimately ended up having a gross square footage for this program of 167,000 square feet approximately. We met our program goals, and all of our cost estimates at the time indicated the project was fully on budget. Once that effort was well underway, then we got to the point of starting the construction documents in November of '23. And during that entire time, through DD and CDs, if you will, we had ongoing meetings with faculty and staff, as listed earlier, to fine-tune specific elements of the project. Now, under DSA's direction, we have divided the project into 3 increments. Increment is the term they use as opposed to phase or portion or package. The first increment includes the underground utilities and site preparation for the property there in Palm Springs. Increment 2 includes all of the buildings, and increment 3 includes all of the street improvements along our 3 street frontages. We are still tracking, just so that everyone's aware, about 4% in escalation across the construction industry, which means, generally speaking, every month that this project is delayed, we know that it'll cost the college about $800,000, maybe a little more than that. That's part of why we did this incremental division, so that we could get out to bid and get under construction as soon as possible. I'm happy to state that the increment 1 plans were submitted to DSA earlier in the year for their final round of plan check approval, and they were approved on June 4th. So we have the first portion of the campus approved and ready to go into construction. It's interesting that DSA provides a letter to the college that states written approval of the plans. They are providing written approval of the plans as to the safety of the design and construction. That is a direct response to state law. And what it means is we can start construction. One kind of side note that will be important on the next slide is to understand that we can begin bidding a project before DSA has approved it, but we cannot begin building the project before they've approved it. So here's where we are now. That brings us to the present. Increment 2, the buildings, is going to go to DSA today and tomorrow. They're actually going to be transmitted to DSA this afternoon, and DSA will receive them bright and early Monday morning in their inboxes, so to speak. And once that's done, they will begin their review. On a separate track, we will begin bidding the project in September. The reason for that is because every month we delay, there's $800,000 looking at us. So rather than wait the potential 5 or 6 months that DSA has committed to complete the project, we are going to move forward with bidding, knowing that we have contingencies in place within the budget to address any changes that contractors may bring our way following approval of the plans, finalization, and beginning of construction. This is admittedly somewhat unorthodox, but it is a fair way to mitigate the risk that we see just in the overall market, given the size of the project. Increment 3, of course, will not only be submitted to DSA, it will also be reviewed by the City of Palm Springs, because those ultimately are their streets that we're working on. We have retained CW Driver as the construction manager for the project through a competitive RFP process, and they are hard at work getting us ready for construction. All bidders for all phases of the work have been pre-qualified. That is an advantageous move for the college. It streamlines the bid process and encourages greater response from skillful trade partners. It does include and encourage the participation by local firms, and it gives us the opportunity as well to begin procuring long lead items and equipment as well for the project, things that get impacted by the global economy, by being shipped from overseas, things like that. Okay, that takes us to bidding. As I said, increment one bidding, maybe I didn't say it, forgive me, increment 1 bidding is now complete. As of August 14th, just a couple days ago, we are reviewing the bids now. Tentatively, it looks like we're going to save about $6 million on the first increment of the work. I'm not saying that's a hard and fast number because we do have to do some math here, but at first blush, it's a very positive response. It means the industry is hungry for this project. They will hopefully receive a notice to proceed in October, following a vote by you fine folks in September to approve their contracts. Then increment 2 bidding, of course, as I mentioned, will begin in September, and we hope to have that ready for you to look at in November as well. So that's just kind of a view of upcoming events with the bidding process. We will have increment 2 and 3 together for efficiency, and so that will save us a little money on just managing the bid process. That means we are targeted for a groundbreaking in November, and the Public Information Office has been giving me direction on how we're going to do that. It's starting to sound very exciting. We want to just kind of reiterate that this accelerated bidding process does mitigate against escalation costs, and the entire process is still dependent on DSA approval. So we're working with council to make sure we understand the intricacies of how we will give the contractors for increments 2 and 3 their notice to proceed and manage that relative to DSA's review schedule. It will be a bit of a dance, but we've got it well under control. So once we start construction, the tone of what we're doing shifts. Our historic process has been to conduct weekly meetings with the owner, architect, and contractor, and monthly meetings where we exclude the architect, but just meet with the owner and the contractor. When I say the word owner, that means my team as your representative, and it means certain individuals that are part of college staff and faculty, mostly staff. So for example, in the weekly owner-architect contractor meetings, myself and my project team would be involved. The COD point person, Dr. Scott Atkins, as the director of West Valley campuses, would be involved. The director of maintenance and operations would be involved. And then we would bring in other department leads and personnel as needed on a weekly basis. The architect, the inspector, and the contractor, of course, would be involved in those meetings as well. On a monthly basis, we kind of shift the makeup of the meeting, and we ask the architect and the inspector to go into a different room while we talk about things from a higher level with senior leadership. So we invite vice presidents, especially the vice president of administrative services, to that monthly meeting, pardon me, so that we can provide a comprehensive update on the schedule and the budget and the progress of the work. That's at those levels, those are the things we've historically done to keep the college campus apprised of progress on the work. The fact of the matter is it still takes a village to complete a project like this. So as we get closer to the opening, we begin to re-engage faculty and staff much more. Dr. Enders can give you chapter and verse on what that looks like as she's just gone through it on Indio. And we will be doing that again on every single project that we can do. The bond office, of course, constantly reports to administration on a daily basis if necessary. And we understand that we're going to be potentially reporting to this board on a quarterly basis now as well. So we look forward to that. I want to state that everything that I just outlined is 100% in line with the practices that we've had for well over a decade here at COD, certainly since I've been involved. And I think that it's important to understand that when it's all said and done, the industry itself drives the processes that we have to use to successfully create a work of this magnitude. And so what we're doing is sticking with industry and standard practice and the practices that we've developed over the years here as well. Once construction starts, it has to be noted that the construction manager, CW Driver, will effectively own that property. They have right to deny access to people for safety reasons, and that is reinforced by state law and by precedent. So once it starts, we'll kindly ask the looky-loos to stay outside the fence unless they get an appointment to come in and put a hard hat on and wear a vest. They are responsible for managing the sequence of the work and all the trades that are going to be out there, and it's complex and dangerous, and they need that right to be able to be successful. So that's it. Thank you for giving me additional time. It was a lot to get through, and I appreciate your patience. And I would love to take any questions you may have.
Hey, let me start over here with Trustee Perez. Any questions on where we're at, what we're doing? Trustee Gonzalez, any questions?
It's just a presentation for today, right?
There is an
We are
action
gonna-
item
we
that
have the
follows.
action item.
That follows, yeah.
Good, just to clarify. So one of the things, and I know we were looking at the change order earlier, and I'm seeing in the presentation today, I still want to ensure that the president is involved. And I think at this point, is it necessary then to continue? Or should I wait till that item comes up and wait on the
That's the
presentation?
question for the
Okay.
board, is
Alrighty.
what they perceive as the intent of, how we proceed, which is why the board's initial resolution is being brought back by the chair as a point of clarification.
Okay.
Speak for you, Chair Stefan, but is that
That's
correct?
fine.
Okay.
That's why I wanted it back. Yeah, let's go over to Student Trustee Robles.
I don't have any outstanding questions.
Trustee Oden?
I do have a question or two, but I really like to defer to you.
Oh, okay, well, I always go last when I'm asking for questions and stuff. You have any questions for our presenter?
Yeah, I have several.
Huh?
I have several.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. So, first of all, great presentation. Thank you. Thank the team to getting us to this point. And you put in there a whole list of architects and consultants and other people that have been working on this project. One question I did have, are there any other COD employees or consultants that have been hired by the district to be involved on this project or any other bond project?
Other bond projects?
Yeah.
I'm not aware of anyone specifically hired for the Palm Springs project, but I met a fine individual yesterday who's Megan Moskal, who's going to be participating in bond projects across the board, as I understand it. So,
okay.
Yes. in that
And
sense.
then the other question I had is let's say bids come in beyond the budget. And there's discussions about value engineering. There's an item on the board agenda right now that takes out the project management team, the planning team, the community that was involved, et cetera. If it's approved today, who would make the decisions around what the value engineering would be?
We would conduct an exercise with the CM and the design team to identify opportunities to save money in the areas that exhibited distress. Let me explain that. When we do a project of this size, we've elected to do what's called a CM multi-prime delivery, meaning that there are between 20 and 30 prime trade contractors who will be involved in the construction. What would happen when a budget is over on bid day is that some of those bids will be in line or low, and some of those bids will be higher. We would identify the ones that are high, and we would tackle the parts of their scope that are either unclear or that need to have better coverage in the industry to get better competition, and or determine if some actual value engineering needs to happen. If that does happen, we would come back to district administration, provide our recommendations, and then I can't speak necessarily to the next part, but it is our understanding that administration speaks to the board about what needs to happen next. So my limited perspective is that we bring that to administration, usually through the VP of Administrative Services, as our primary conduit to the rest of you.
And I ask that question because this project is unique. It's not like all other projects, and this puts it into a realm of all other projects. And then it takes away that piece of the community it takes away that piece of the planning committee and the work that they did in the project. They don't have an opportunity to provide input on how it's going to be value engineered. So is there a mechanism that we can assure them that the campus just doesn't completely change because of value engineering?
Yes, there are a few mechanisms. Part of it would be outside of my purview. The communications that President Hope has had with various people throughout the valley over the last year are a good example of just the how that would be communicated. It's fair to note that at this stage of the project, going back and value engineering something that would so profoundly impact the project that it would require input from the community and that project management team would be unprecedented. So it candidly is not a scenario that we've examined with great seriousness. What we would anticipate is that the changes that would have to be made would be relatively minor and would be adopted at a level that frankly would never be visible to the general public.
Okay. And then this morning I actually had a little extra time and I reviewed the video of when we did the resolution. And the video is different than actually what is stated in the minutes. We did the resolution because it was dragging out, and that we could put together a team that could get us into the end zone. Because this is a very large project, as you know, and it did sit in abeyance and cost us $16 to $20 million while it wasn't going anywhere. And so my fear is with the recommendation today that it just takes us back to a place where things could go sideways again. And, you know, one thing I've learned over the years is some of these projects can take, you pass a bond and you do all your planning and it can take 10 years. You might go through 2 presidents and every vice presidents over a 10-year period. And so having a team in place helps, you know, push things forward for the community. And so that's really the reason for a lot of these questions I'm asking. And in addition, in looking at the board's, the actual minutes or the video from the board, bringing back of a new resolution, it was stated that that would not occur when we took a vote. And so now there's a new resolution. So that's inconsistent. And I would encourage my fellow trustees to go back and watch the video themselves. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may, I'm going to respectfully disagree with Trustee Kinnaman's statements regarding the community group. I think that our presentation just said it. We're moving forward. We're in a really good spot. I think it's time to, you know, with all due respect, thank them for their service. They did a really great job. And, you know, move on. I think it's time that we start including the administration. President Hope should be involved in the process, or at least whoever the next superintendent president is going to be. And, you know, and avoid mishaps like the one that happened regarding the labs. I did not want to see that again. That's totally unacceptable. And that would not have happened had President Hope been involved in the process. So, you know, I think it's time to thank them for their service. Thank you.
I have a few questions. Okay, this has been sent to DHS, is that right?
To DSA, yes.
DSA, I'm sorry. DSA, it's been sent there, right?
Yes.
Okay, if they approve it, what happens if we decide to change it?
We would do one of two things. If the changes were truly, if I could say catastrophic, then we would have to start the process over with DSA. The most likely scenario is that the changes would be in line with the absolutely normal process of construction. There is If I may, a misconception in the public that construction is somehow very linear. You start at the beginning and end at the end, and that is absolutely not the case. Construction is a process in itself of discovery and problem solving, and it requires agility, and it requires the ability to come up with entirely new, unanticipated solutions on the fly. That will most definitely happen. The project budget contains contingencies, multiple contingencies, I would say, to address those elements when they occur. And we retain the services of all the engineers and designers who initially set the stage for the project so that they can deal with those issues when they arise. If I may be permitted to continue to speak to one other thing that I heard a moment ago. It is absolutely normal at this stage of the project, as we begin construction, to respectfully ask the community to let us do the job now. And if something did arise that was so profound in its nature that as a change to the project, then yes, it would be absolutely right to bring it back through this body into the community. We can't honestly envision such a scenario happening right now, and so it would be most appropriate for us to continue forward with the team that we have, the administrative structure that we have, and simply execute the work, again, dealing with those minor variances as they arise, and as we normally would.
I don't know if I should be asking this to legal counsel, maybe. You're familiar with the resolution that we passed before, where we set up this design team, okay? And the design team has fulfilled its obligation. Is that correct? Yes.
If I may.
They got the
Yes.
design and it's been sent off.
We fulfilled the part that was definitely stated in the resolution,
What
and
was
we've
stated?
gone beyond that as well.
Okay, so legal counsel, was there anything else in the resolution that this team was supposed to do? Because I'm under the impression that they've done a phenomenal job and they've completed the task, and we should be celebrating the completion.
Chair Stefan, I believe based on the verbiage of the motions that were adopted in February 2023 and the presentation from Robert and Moss, it appears that the scope of that project management team has been completed. And so the reason I believe the direction that's being looked for today is to clarify if the board does desire that group to have some sort of continuing jurisdiction moving forward, or alternatively, as it appears, if their scope has, if their charge, I should say, has already been completed, just clarifying what's going on with the process moving forward.
Okay, and then if I could ask legal again, what is the normal procedure at most colleges when they get to sending out the bids and they've sent it to DSA?
It's a good question. It's always a little dangerous to say what's normal at one of our community colleges because we're a very wide-ranging group. But generally speaking, I've worked with community college districts, with cities as a city attorney in the past. Generally speaking, once we get to the point, I think Robert mentioned this before, where we have construction documents bid and we're in construction, most of changes from that point forward, if any, are usually made by representatives in the field. You'll have, you could have a situation where folks are out there, with their hard hats on and putting steel together and realize that something just doesn't fit right. And so there could be a field change that could be made then, and I'll defer to the expert here because you can tell from my appearance I can't be lifting any steel. But the schematic design, the way that I view it, to simplify it for my simple mind, is the schematic design is the big picture design that's done at the beginning of the project. And then you get into design development, which is when you get into a little bit more of the nitty gritty. And then we're really narrowing in at the point of the contract or the project that we are now, where we're going into construction, where there could be much smaller changes made in the field, but they wouldn't be something as pronounced or broad as the schematic design, which has already been completed and submitted to DSA and approved and or about to be approved. And that appears to have been the charge for the project management team related to schematic design.
Okay.
Did I miss anything there, Robert?
No, but I would add that when we began that process back in March of '23, the mandate was for, or at least the interpretation of the mandate, as I understood it, was for Dr. Scott Atkins and myself as co-chairs to convene a team with 3 representatives from 3 designated cities, which we did. One of the questions that came up immediately from those 3 representatives was, will they be involved in this effort in perpetuity, or will they be involved for a limited amount of time and then be able to set those duties aside? The answer we gave them at the time was that it would be for 4 months, and once we reached the end of June, we would have incorporated all of their feedback and input, and they would be able to let us watch the project continue. The issue of accountability then, with respect, falls to this board. And that's why we report through administration to you as the representatives of your constituent districts. So to me, this is an example of the system working the way it's supposed to. And we just wanted to let you know we're ready to follow that process and execute it with all diligence.
Thank you. Are there any other questions, comments from board members? Yes.
Yes.
Trustee Oden.
Okay. And I may ask some redundant questions, but in my small mind, I just may need to picture things a different way. We are definitely past the schematic phase.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What if we got a new administrator and they wanted us to take a different direction? They could not do so without the board, correct?
That is correct.
What power does this committee have?
The board or the PMT?
No, not the board, I'm sorry. The committee.
At this point, I do not know what power or authority they would have.
They were like a blue ribbon committee that made recommendations.
Yes.
And those recommendations were accepted by the board. And now we have acted on those things. What would be the purpose of maintaining the blue ribbon committee? If the goal is to ensure that the project is done, well, we're moving forward, that's for sure. And we certainly don't want to deal with the $800,000 plus the 4% for any delays. So we don't want to go down that route. That just doesn't make any sense. Is there some, and the city is working with us, as was the testimony of the mayor who was here today thanking us for the progress. But if there is some way I see the city monitoring this process every step of the way.
They are certainly part of that review. I think the other thing to keep in mind is that once we submit to the Department of State Architect, really the changes tend to be things that they're asking us to do.
That's correct.
Rather than things that we would be initiating. And so the design decisions are really, at that point, there's no one to check with, because if we don't make those changes, then we can't move forward. So it's really DSA that's kind of calling the shots once we make those submissions. Would you say that's?
That is absolutely true.
And we're getting ready to go into the second phase of those
That's correct.
Any other questions, comments? Did you have more? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off if you have more.
I'm just trying to satisfied the question. If there's another way that it could be done, I think the city is definitely fulfilling that role. Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Over here. Not wavering from the position that I've taken on the project, and thank you for the presentation. That's very good, very informative. I agree with a lot of the questions that Trustee Oden, some of the questions that I had in my mind, and Trustee Bettis, and to me, hearing, all of our reports from our budgets and from our bargaining members and financial constraints, I don't see the value in continuing to spend dollars on a process that is no longer needed. Like, he's stating, we're at the point where DSA is going to approve, and as President Hope mentioned, any changes have to be made or won't be approved, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. So at this point, again, not wavering from my position, I have seen the design. It's very, very beautiful. It is. And I think they've also, again, done a great job. And I think it's time to move forward. And I am happy to entertain that we make sure that the president is involved, the one we have now, whomever is going to take the role, because at this point, there's no more changes, right? Other than whatever DSA dictates needs to be done.
That's correct.
That's right, okay. No, thank you, and I'm glad I don't need to go back and watch the video, Trustee Kinnaman, but I am familiar with the first resolution, but I'm glad you had time to prepare for this item in particular, but I, wasn't in favor of the first resolution, but I do understand the contents, and I agree with all of the conversation that has been brought forth here today in regards to now moving forward and moving away from this structure here is no longer necessary.
Any other comments, questions? Anything to do? Let's take the roll call vote, please. Thank you very, very much. That was a great presentation.
Wait to vote.
Yes.
Just want to clarify, thank you, Robert, because of all the discussion, that the motion on the floor is to approve this item as presented in the agenda, and there was a second on that. Just wanted to clarify that for the trustees. And make sure that's true.
Student Trustee Robles.
Aye.
Trustee Pettis.
Aye.
Trustee Oden.
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Abstain.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, and hopefully we'll be able to plan something now to give our due diligence of honor and respect to those individuals that served on that committee and completed that ominous task that we gave them. At this time, we'll move in, it is 12:30, and I know that we would be violating a whole bunch of things if we do not give our tech staff a lunch break. So at this time, we are going to recess for 30 minutes. Is that what they're allowed? Okay, 30 minutes for a lunch break. Hello, Tech.
They're ready.
You ready? Okay. Oh, we just lost a board member. Oh, okay, okay. Where'd you go get?
You still have quorum.
We'll wait. Because I lost a member.
I lost my water bottle.
Everybody. Oh, there's a there. Two-person closed session.
We were in there really close.
Let me look at you. No bruises. Let me look at you. No bruises.
And then we got on.
I'm teasing. Okay, we will reconvene, and it is now,
104.
thank you, 104. So we are on action item number 14, human resources. We're going to start with 14.01, public employee appointment for the dean. Can I have a motion to approve this item?
So move.
Is there a second? Second. Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, could we have a roll call vote, please?
Student trustee Robles.
Aye.
Trustee Pettis.
Aye.
Trustee Oden.
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries.
And that brings us to action item 15, 15.01, notice of intent to award 8 contracts. This is bid number 4198P-0600-ASF. God, it wasn't ASCP. Dash, general contracting services for the athletic stadium and fields project.
Yes,
Can I have a
ma'am.
motion?
Can I provide a little context for this item before we move?
Do it after we make the motion.
Do we do?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect, okay. I'm not.
That way it'll be in the discussion thing, they can ask questions, otherwise they gotta hold their tongues. I'm sorry, this is a sidebar. Okay.
Never
So,
mind.
If we could have a motion, please. Is there a second? Thank you. Now, if we could have a presentation, short presentation.
Thank you, Madam
Or a long
Chair.
presentation.
I just wanted to provide an opportunity for Vice President Garcia to explain to the board what it is that they've got in their packet as it relates to these contracts, because the way they're numbered might be a little confusing, and just want to clarify what it is that you're seeing.
Thank you, President Hope. Yes, so as you can see, the numbers on the agenda item, they're not in sequential order. We did receive all the bid packets for this project, and unfortunately, in the total, after receiving all the bids, it came in about 33% over budget. So what we're able to do, because this is CM multi-prime and we bid out all the different trades separately, we are accepting all the bids that are within the budgets where we thought they were supposed to be. And all the ones that we thought were significantly over budget, we are actually going out and bidding them again. So the ones that we have here today are the ones that we feel comfortable that they're within what we thought the budget should be.
Hey, thank you very much,
Quick question for
well,
VP Garcia.
Vice President Garcia. Are there any questions? Yes.
And so now we're at budget, correct? After these adjustments here?
So no. So currently the ones, so we received, I won't lie, I don't know all the how many bids there were, but we received all their bids. These are the ones that we felt that were within what we thought the budget should be. So we're accepting and awarding these. All the ones that were significantly over budget, we're actually rebidding them. So those will come to the board at a later time.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm good.
Any other questions? Seeing none, President Hope, would you please take roll?
Student trustee Robles.
Aye.
Trustee Pettis.
Aye.
Trustee Odin.
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. That brings us to item 16, information for the Board of Trustees. 16, excuse me, .01, email retention procedure update. This item is being presented as information only, and no action is required from the board. President Hope, would you please help us introduce this item?
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair. We are bringing this item back to the trustees. As you'll recall, at the last meeting, we decided to make a delay based on some questions that Trustee Kinnaman had. And so we've decided to recalibrate our course of action with better clarity, and our General Counsel, Jacob Knapp, is going to describe the plan that we've decided to adopt.
Thank you, President Hope, members of the board. The short version of the update here is exactly what President Hope just said, which is we're going to take a step back and take a crack at redrafting our document retention policy to make a little more clarity around email specifically. And then our intention will be to draft that, run it through the governance process, and have something new and improved in the spring semester, spring of 2025. And in the meantime, we don't intend to make any changes to practices or implement anything, but we want to let the board know and the public know that there will be a new procedure that will be drafted and run through the governance process, and we'll come back to you all. The slightly longer version, and I promise I won't make it too long, but the slightly longer version is our current administrative procedure, 3310, as it relates to records retention, accurately reflects state law. The California Code of Regulations says that for educational institutions, we're supposed to identify 3 classes of documents: permanent retention in Class 1, optional retention in Class 2, disposable records in Class 3. It's precisely what our existing process provides. This is an example of a situation, and there are many of them, where the law is behind technology and many other things. So those regulations were drafted nearly 40 years ago, before email was widely used and everything else. So what we intend to do is really put something together that's more user-friendly for the district and our employees and everyone else. Essentially, and again, we'll see where we end up, but what I'd envision is something that I've helped implement at other public agencies in the past, where we make it clear when it relates to emails what employees' obligations are as it relates to the emails that they have in their inbox. One piece that I think was being a little bit confused in the discourse previously is we can't say that emails are in any of those 3 classes. Emails as a group are not permanent records, nor are they all disposable records. What matters is the substance of the emails, right? Some may need to be retained permanently, depending upon the substance, and others maybe we can dispose of right away. Some of them, maybe nothing. We know how many emails we all get in our inboxes. So we will specify, have time periods to make sure that employees have an opportunity to archive and retain the emails that need to be saved, and a process by which we could delete by automatic process those that are no longer necessary once a time period has elapsed. So that's just in a nutshell where we are thinking about going, but we wanted to give the board an update since it came up at the last meeting. Again, we'll be working on a new administrative procedure and intend to have something in spring of 2025.
Thank you so much, Jake. Does anybody have any questions?
No, I just, point of clarification, not really a question, but I know that when we suffered the cyber attacks, I had asked, because I know some students had just emailed me, and I didn't get a chance to read their emails. But when I asked if those emails were available, I think I was told no. So do they still exist, or did we?
I do not know the answer to that question as far as what the impact of the cyber attacks were and what we have and don't
Thanks,
have.
George, saying no back then. Okay.
But
So in
we
this
can
sense,
follow.
we lost, unfortunately, right, due to some of
That's what
that.
I've heard, yes. But we'll follow up with you, Trustee Gonzalez, and the rest of the board with impacts of those. But that would not be, that would not relate to the process moving forward. But yeah, I'm aware that we've had situations in the past where we lost some records.
Yeah, I'm only asking that question because I know it was brought up, like, do we delete emails or not? And I'm sure the rest of the trustees, we're all interested in doing what's proper and what's legal and,
Sure.
Whatever that may be, respecting anyone's opinions on it. So I'm just, kind of trying to gauge, like, if we've already lost, a chunk of information, then in essence, we kind of are not even at that point of the number of years that are being allotted, right? And
Yeah.
that's the reason why I asked the question.
It's a good question, and I don't know the specifics of what we have in IT and what we don't have, but I do know that it is a best practice for public agencies to have just a path moving forward, clear expectations for everybody and for the public as far as what we're maintaining and what we're not, and why, consistent with state law. But we will follow up, Trustee Gonzalez, on the question of what was lost, and follow up with the board on that.
Yeah, maybe a future agenda item, just to, dispel any myths
Sure.
that we're somehow, not being transparent or hiding emails or
Yeah.
any other nonsense that's out there. I think it would be good to clarify, and coming from the experts, right? Coming
Sure.
from our IT director, coming from our legal counsel.
And you make a good point, Trustee Gonzalez, bringing up transparency and production of records. Just clarity for the board, we're talking about two related but different things, but they fit together, right? We're talking about right now a records retention policy that would also pertain to how long we maintain emails and how we archive those that are important and how long we keep those. Super important for the organization moving forward. We also have an obligation under the California Public Records Act to produce emails and other records upon request. And the Public Records Act is a document production regime, and this is a document retention regime. They fit together, but technically separate. And my friends here will laugh. I would be more than happy, and that is genuinely true, to talk to everyone about the Public Records Act anytime you're interested. We could do an hour right now, but
You are not allowed to
that's
nerd
fair.
out on
Okay.
that.
But I do think it's important, at some point that you,
Sure.
you do that clarification. Because again, let's just say someone wants, I know we've already had some of those and all the emails have been disclosed. I'd be happy to forward all of mine if you'd like.
Yep.
If anybody's interested, I'll send them to you. But I just want to make sure that, let's just say some random person said, I want this period of time, and we lost that data during that unfortunate, or the two unfortunate incidents. So then that way it's clear that, if the data isn't being provided, it's because it doesn't
Sure.
exist or there's no longer any access.
Yep. And there are other specific areas that are general records retention policy. There are some times when there might be something more specific that supersedes. As an example, if we're in litigation, we will routinely have what's called a litigation hold, where folks are told, employees, you must maintain these documents because they pertain to pending litigation, as an example. And those structures are in place for the litigation, any litigation that we have on the books now, and certainly is a best practice requirement for us moving forward as well. So
Put a pin on that one, so when I do the future agenda item, you can also speak to that.
Sure thing.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Carlos thanks you. He didn't want to call you out of order. Okay, moving on. At this time, let's see, that was, oh, I already did that one. I did that one. Am I 16.2? 16.2. 16.02, August 2024 Capital Projects Report. This item is being presented as information only and no action is required from the board. We have Robert Rusher from MUS here to provide a quick overview of this item.
Quick
Okay. We ready to go? Well, that's zoomed in a bit. If you could maybe pull it out a little, that'd help.
Little better.
Pretty close. Yeah, I think we're off to the races. Well, everyone, thank you for letting me come back this afternoon. I will make this very brief. We've spoken, I think, about some of the big ones already, and we'll talk about a few of the little ones really in focus. Palm Springs, I think we're exhausted on that one, so we'll keep going. Roadrunner Motors, good news on that front. We've had some of the most successful bidding activities on this project that we've seen in years. We had 2 bid events that literally netted over 100 participants at each one. So there's a high degree of interest for this project, and we are moving forward with getting that bidding completed and bringing those documents to you, hopefully in your next session, excuse me, for approval, and then a subsequent start of construction. The athletic stadium and fields project, on the other hand, is a slightly different tale. As you just heard, we had 8 bids out of the 23 that were put out on the table come back successful and at least in range of what our estimates and expectations were. The remaining 15 are currently back out to bid. We have augmented our outreach efforts and are working with the construction management firm to have a much more successful bid effort on those remaining 15 packages. We have also adjusted the project schedule a little bit to lessen impact to athletics activities. So fundamentally, we will not be beginning this work until the conclusion of the fall football season. And then once they are successfully done with their season, we will move forward with this project. We will see, as you've seen with the science building, we'll have the construction fence and signage and all that stuff. So speaking of the science building, we have now begun construction on our state-approved project. Again, this is one where half of the funding is coming from the chancellor's office, so that's a very welcome move. And the project has begun all of the demolition effort. We will see a lot of dust and noise over the coming months as the old building is effectively very carefully and surgically gutted out. And that's a technical term. And then it will be replenished with brand new facilities. The Indio campus expansion, of course, I'm proud to say that that one speaks for itself, or rather you have all spoken to it much more comprehensively than I could. Thank you again for your support. For whatever it's worth, we are extremely proud of that project as well. It is a beautiful building. The next phase, the renovation phase of the existing building, will be commencing shortly, within a week, in fact. So as students come in, they will be directed into the new building for fall classes, and we will do the renovation work on the existing building. It's about 10,000 square feet of modifications. Sorry, a little less than that now, closer to 7,000 square feet of modifications. And then that will be done at the end of the year so that we can have both buildings online for the spring term. That is about as quick as I think I could do it. Any questions?
Any questions from any board members?
All right.
Thank you
Thank
very,
you all.
very much. And now we'll move into the study sessions. The first study session is on transportation, Roadrunner Express, and Hall Pass. President Hope, could you please help us introduce this item?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of meetings ago, Trustee Pettis had asked for an update on Roadrunner Express. So I've asked our PIO, Nicholas Robles, who's closest to this effort, to give a very brief update on what we know at this point and what we're planning for the future. Thank you, Nicholas.
Thank you, President Hope. Thank you, IT. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Nicholas Robles, College of the Desert's Interim Public Information Officer, and I'm excited to be presenting on this particular item because it brings forward two of my passions, education and transportation. I've worked in transportation throughout the state of California at other agencies and doing some great consulting work. So to be able to use those skills here at College of the Desert is very exciting. So how did we start with Roadrunner Express? This newest transportation mode came about in January of this year, and that was on the heels of President Hope's 2023 listening tour, where transportation was a barrier that was really identified in terms of getting students to access some education. So thank you to the funding from the COD Foundation. We were able to offer the Roadrunner Express free of charge to our students. And then we, of course, celebrated our ribbon cutting in February of 2024 of this year. Roadrunner Express operates Monday through Thursday in the primary terms. So that is the fall terms and the spring term. So it's actually going to come back online Monday, August 26th, when we kick off our fall term. And it operates two routes, one in the east and one in the west. And I'll get a little bit into the scheduling in the subsequent slides, but you'll also notice in this slide how we identify the routes as routes W and E, and that really was designed so we kind of align with Sunline Transit Agency, which is the local bus provider out here in the Coachella Valley. And so students that are utilizing Sunline are also familiar with the way our information for Roadrunner Express is also laid out for them. So they are able to easily identify which bus is going where and at which times. And so I had mentioned that there was three different blocks of time for each route. And so we've got 2 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon on the W and the E route. And we've gotten some very positive feedback from some of our students, 2 in particular that I'll let you read it for yourselves, but really they like and appreciate Roadrunner Express. And I know some of you might be on social media. We've got some great testimonials on our TikTok account. So if you're not on TikTok, I'm going to plug in one of my department's accounts so you can actually go see what these students are saying and hear in their own words as well. And then our second transportation program here at College of the Desert is our Hall Pass program. And the Hall Pass program has been around since 2018. And that is due in partnership to Sunline Transit Agency and College of the Desert back in 2018. And this program allows students to access free rides 365 days a year. And that is if they want to go to the mall, if they got medical appointments, if they want to access work. So it's not just for getting to and from school. It really allows them some mobility throughout the community. And Sunline earlier this year, in May to be specific, made some upgrades to the Hall Pass program. And some of these upgrades were to mirror what they're already doing in the local high school. So previously to this, College of the Desert's Hall Pass operated very differently from what the students knew at the high school level. So now, as of May of 2024 of this year, College of the Desert has a very similar program to what all of our high school students are experiencing. So when they're coming here, it's exactly the way it worked in their high school. And because of that, there has been a big push towards digital passes through what Sunline's app is called Token Transit. And that is a great thing for us at the COD side because we're now able to get more information from Sunline in terms of student usage. I'll go over a little more in specifics in the data in the subsequent slides, but if students are not on cell phones, we still have paper passes available at our ed centers and then as well as our Office of Student Life. And how these two programs work together. I think one of the things that most people that are very big car commuters think that when you get to and from a destination, it looks exactly the same. For those that are utilizing public transportation or utilizing parents as pickup and drop-offs, your way you got to school may look very different from how you got home. And so one of the things that we are trying to emphasize when we're talking to students about the Hall Pass and we're talking about Roadrunner Express is you may use Roadrunner Express to get to school, but you might have a parent that picks you up, or you might walk home, or you might ride your bike. So there's different ways that students are really accessing transportation and moving through the Coachella Valley. And one of the other things that we did when we launched this program was really try to connect some stories and some real live examples, because it's one thing to talk about getting to and from school, but sometimes myself and students need that connection in terms of how do I connect. So here we've got some examples of what we had put together. And on the far right, we've got Antonio, and he utilizes two different modes of transportation. He utilizes Sunline's Sunride program as well as our Roadrunner Express. And that is just one of the ways that we're trying to connect with students so they get to know how to utilize these different services. And then the other way we're also kind of working and marketing these different services is we're partnering more so with Sunline. We've had a good re-energizing with Sunline from the Student Services Office as well as from my office in terms of ensuring that they're hosting more tabling events at our events that President Hope had mentioned earlier this morning. We have one next Wednesday where they're actually going to come out and do some live demos. We've partnered on doing more joint social media campaigns as well. So students and their followers that may not necessarily follow us are also getting some of this information. We actually have this rack card going out in all the buses that Sunline operates, so students can also know, and also other community members know, not only about transportation, but also know about College of the Desert. And then, of course, I mentioned it earlier, really trying to put an energized emphasis on TikTok and really creating content that isn't necessarily written, but is more played out. So people that don't necessarily want to read the information can at least still absorb the information in a different way. And so I talked about ridership data earlier. So with the Hall Pass program, we've got about an average ridership of 6,291 rides, and that is spread across 442 students. So that means that 442 students collectively over the July 2023 to June 2024 period took 6,291 rides. So that tells us that the students are definitely utilizing this service. And then the Roadrunner Express is got about a daily ridership of 14 to 16 students. Now, it is important to note that the Roadrunner Express is a much smaller bus than what you're used to seeing with the Sunline buses. And so the Roadrunner Express holds 22 riders without any ADA passengers. When there is an ADA passenger, due to movements of the chairs, those then hold 19 students. And when we launched the Roadrunner Express, it was really under the kind of prototyping and trying to fine tune this. So one of the things that our information technology team is doing as we're rolling out for this fall term is trying to get more precise data. So in the spring term that just we completed right before the summer, we were able to get to know how many students were on the bus, but now we really want to know where are these students going, because we've heard anecdotal data, and we've even talked to students that may hop on at Desert Hot Springs and then travel to India, but we want to now know where are they going, how are they connecting to the different offices, so then my office and Student Services can then work together to make sure that we're creating some of those wraparound services and creating additional touch points for those students. And that concludes my presentation. So if any of you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them for you.
Madam Chair, wasn't there some kind of mix-up with the Hall Pass this summer that confused a lot of the students?
So originally in May, when the Hall Pass program had changed, it was supposed to be a kind of a pilot phase, meaning that students could still use their ID as well as the new way of doing it. However, then that was then shifted to where everything just moved into the token transit application. And so the students were then having to get information kind of instead of the pilot type, as it now all went live at once.
And all that's been resolved now?
All that has been resolved now. We worked with Sunline Transit Agency to identify, they have a CRM software that allows us to get names and information of students that have contacted them, so then we can do adequate follow-ups.
What changes are we making in the program for the new school year?
For the Roadrunner Express, the scheduling is staying the same after talking to instruction as well as student services. It was identified that the times would stay the same. So those aren't changing for this upcoming fall semester. And then in terms of the Sunline program, the change that happened in May with the move to the token transit app, that remains the same. So there's no change in that.
Okay, this is perhaps a little different. The courses that we were not teaching, the science courses that we were not teaching at this campus this fall that were taught in Indio, are they now going to be taught on this campus, or they're still in Indio?
They're still in Indio and Mecca, and we're talking to the high schools about using their science labs as well in the late afternoon. Because we are, for the next 2 years, going to be renovating the science labs.
Okay, because my granddaughter took the courses in Indio. You know, driving back and forth from Palm Springs, and you can't, for the evening class, you could not get to the Indio campus before class starts. And if you took Sunline, you had a much longer wait, but you got there about 10 minutes as opposed to 30 minutes late. Yeah. So just some additional information that may help along the way, because I'm sure you're going to have a lot of students trying to get from Palm Springs or, out to Indio for those science courses.
Yeah, we're aware that we've probably got some limitations in the current schedule, but the data collection piece is what we needed in order to inform some future directions. We had only run the program about 3.5 months in the spring. And so this fall, with improved data collection, that'll give us the opportunity to make some of that recalibration. But I'll be very honest as well, we have to also work with our foundation to make sure that we can increase the amount of funding commitment, philanthropic commitment, to expand.
And I'd like to add one.
I think the program has done an exceptional job in such a short period of time. I mean, this is amazing because, just the amount of ridership, and the students were, I would see the students lining up to get on, and when they would arrive. So the program is good. I'm excited about it. I'm glad the report came back. I just thinking ahead and want to see more.
And Trustee Oden, to answer your other question about those science courses, as I mentioned, the re-energized conversations with Sunline, part of that is actually working more so they know what courses we're offering and at what times, so they can create, so they can have data points to create more direct bus routes as well. So that's also the other prong of that conversation.
Yeah, that scheduling is going to be major, so glad to hear it.
Thank you very much. That was a great presentation.
Madam Chair, I have a.
One more question.
Just for the sake of people who are listening, because obviously we know the answer, and there's no fee to the students for any of these services, right?
There is no fee for the Roadrunner Express, and then the hall pass is paid out through their student fee that they incur at the beginning of the semesters. But when they actually ride the bus each time, no, there is no fee when they use it per ride.
Okay. And I do want to thank the foundation for their support with this.
Yes.
This is great. I know I heard what President Hope said, and that's right, because I know there was a concern of what if the courses are later in the evening, right? We don't have those routes, but I'm sure that someone with a generous heart somewhere will be like, okay, they have data. This is good. That's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping someone's listening that are like, that's good stuff. So thank you, Nicholas, for the update.
Thank you for your time.
Very much. And now we'll move to 17.02, Project Labor Agreement, PLAs. President Hope, could you please help us introduce this item?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of trustees had raised the question about informing the board more comprehensively about the implications of project labor agreements. And so to that end, we've enlisted a guest who can provide an information item for the board around PLAs and give you an opportunity to ask questions and get more information. So with that, I think we're going to have Vice President Garcia introduce our guest, Mr. John Dacey.
Thank you, President Hope. Yes, I would like to introduce Mr. John Dacey from Colville Dacey Law, and he'll be providing information about project labor agreements. And I believe he should be on.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, John.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, everybody, first and foremost. I've been practicing for 35 years, represent, just, hold on one second, start my video. There we go. I've been practicing for 35 years. Represent a lot of educational facilities, including community college districts. Represented the Office of the Chancellor for community college districts, so on and so forth, mostly in the area of construction law, and was actually lead outside construction counsel for both the LAUSD $9.6 billion program. And, well, not take that back, $29 billion program, and LACCD's $9.6 billion program, during which I did renegotiate and redraft the project labor agreements that both of those entities had in place. So the presentation today focuses on basically 5 primary sections that the first 5 of which are basically, or the first 4 of which are basically just a culmination in some from a professional and experience standpoint in terms of what I call the unintended consequences. So with that, and I'll be happy to take questions, either as we go or at the end, whatever your preference is. But if we get to the first slide, please. So what do the acronyms stand for? PLA is short for Project Labor Agreement. PSA is short for Project Service Agreement. They're basically identical. They don't really differ in any material respects. Sometimes, PLAs and PSAs are referred to as a workforce agreement, but that's really a misnomer because a PLA or a PSA is much broader than that. And skilled and trained workforce requirements under California law are governed by a different set of statutes than PLAs. So what is a PLA generally? It's an agreement that's meant to control employee relationships between a general contractor and subcontractors on a construction project, and they apply to both public or private projects. And they've been described as pre-hire collective bargaining agreements. Regarding public works and PLAs in California, these agreements are usually structured in one of 2 ways. The agreement is set up between a public entity and the local unions involved, or the public entity adopts and a policy of the board to have their construction projects, program, or portions thereof subject to the PLA. Under the second form, the public entity is not a signatory to the PLA. It's a policy, it's a board policy. Under the first one, it is a signatory. And just by way of an aside, I don't recommend the first for reasons I'll explain later. I do recommend if you're going to get into one, you always do the second one. Go with a board policy. They can be project specific. They can be program specific. You have the ability as a public entity to structure your PLA with the local unions, basically however you want to. They are discretionary. They're not mandated by statute. There is a statute, a couple of statutes that apply and govern, which we'll get to in a moment, use of PLAs. But the bottom line is they're discretionary. Even at the federal level, they're discretionary, except for in 2022, President Biden got through Congress a law that said for federal projects of more than 35 million, they're mandatory. And that's the first time anywhere in any state or the federal government that they've been mandatory, but only for projects of 35 million or more. Next slide, please. So the preliminary statement, as I've said, is there's a bunch of, these agreements are usually pretty comprehensive, and they're very nuanced and very broadly and encompassingly written. And you see the note there that they're discretionary as to whether a public entity should use and adopt one or not. And you'll see at the very end of the presentation, I caution every public entity client to seriously consider the pros and cons, the nature of their program, what the public entity is trying to achieve by adopting one or not, and so on and so forth. So if we could scroll down a little bit. The governing law for PLAs in California is Public Contract Code Section 2500 at SEC. There's 3 statutes there. And under Section 3A in the presentation, there's a series of requirements that if you're going to get into a PLA, they have to have certain protections built into them. And they're addressed there. I don't know if everybody has had time to study the presentation in advance, but they're pretty straightforward. And but I would point out, if we could scroll down through beyond number 0.3 to the last 2 points, they are, except for 0.4, they are pretty much covered. All those points are pretty much covered by other applicable laws already in existence, separate and apart from the PLA statutes. So, Section 4 has 2 parts to it: perceived cons and perceived pros for whether to get into a PLA agreement or not. These are not my opinions or conclusions in these next 2 subsections. They are a summary of industry publications and studies that have been done. There's been a heated debate been going on for many years, and whether or not, what the benefits are and what the drawbacks are. So just to run through some of the perceived pros or favorable aspects of PLAs, they are intended to avoid labor disruptions and prevent project shutdowns. They provide a single forum for resolving labor disputes through a process of pre-approved arbitrators, which usually the public entity doesn't have any say in who they are. They set goals for including more participation for local residents and local vendors. Not a bad thing, good thing. Designed to prohibit union discrimination against non-union workers. It's kind of generic. Can establish goals to include small businesses, minority contractors, and the hiring of targeted segments of the community, such as veterans and minority. Again, that's something that's also covered by other laws in the state, California. They do tend to, if operating properly, increase income for local construction laborers, thereby resulting in a boost to the local economy. Sometimes they include training and apprenticeship components to increase career opportunities for low-income communities and provide a structure of collaboration with local workforce entities. And last but not least, ensure compliance with labor standards, health, and safety laws. So in the next section, I try to measure up the contrary arguments. And so these are the perceived cons. Again, not necessarily my opinions, but just to outline the back and forth industry data and arguments out there. The first argument is they increase the cost of construction by requiring payment of union wages to non-union workers. This is, even though it's listed as a con, when we're talking about public works, and keep in mind that the PLAs can apply to a public or a private work of improvement. But since we're a public entity, I'll address it in that fashion. If prevailing wage applies to the job, which for a public work of improvement, it almost certainly does, then this is not really a con, because union wages are usually prevailing wages, although some unions may have, through their other collective bargaining agreements, negotiated with the union that they get paid higher than prevailing wage. And if that were to be the case for any particular union, then if a public entity had a PLA in place, they'd have to pay the public entity, and would require the general contractor to have to pay more than the prevailing wage rate at the time, and have to pay that increased rate. Number two, limit the number of potential bidders, thereby reducing competition and increasing the cost of construction. This one tends to, industry data is back and forth on it, but it really depends on location and the amount of available workers in a geographical area. And it could be true, or it could not be true, depending on just a couple of those factors. Three is non-union workers have to pay union dues for the length of the project. Not something non-union workers like to do. Non-union contractors have to follow union rules regarding pensions, work conditions, and dispute resolution. Always like a stick in the craw for non-union laborers. The contractor may not be able to completely use its own workforce because, generally speaking, most PLAs have this blended combination of how many people of the contractor's workforce can be used versus how many union appointed people have to be brought in for a particular project. It's not a majority, but it does kind of impose on a non-union contractor the fact that he or she or it may need to hire people that they don't know. 6, any perceived benefits to the local community depend on the number of projects, the number of qualified local workers sufficient to staff the projects appropriately, etc. As I mentioned before. Another argument that's made out there in the industry is non-union training programs are often better than union affiliated training programs. don't really have a feel for that personally. 8, labor standards and health and safety requirements are already covered by other state and federal laws, regardless if there's a PLA or not. That is true. If we go to the next slide, please. So this section 5, it's where I put in some of my comments, opinions, suggestions, recommendations based on years of experience dealing with this stuff. And this is only for consideration, as to whether, number one, whether you want to get into a PLA or not. And number two, if you decided to do so, what you need to be on the lookout for in terms of unintended consequences. So, as I mentioned earlier, public entity should never be a party to the PLA by signing it, because it imposes extra liability on the public entity that it does not need to assume. And it also subjects itself to the jurisdiction of the appointed arbitrators, again, most of the time of which the public entity has no say in who they are. They usually work for the unions. And if not, they're not directly employed by the unions, but the unions have used them for a long, long time. And it just opens the public entity to potential liability or processes that it does not need to do, even if it wants to get into a PLA. So the way to avoid that is you adopt a policy regarding the certain projects being subject to a PLA, but you don't become, as a public entity, a signatory to it. It's just the contractors, the subcontractors, and the unions who are the signatories. Point B is very important, because the practice of the unions is to take these canned draft agreements, PLAs, and push them at the public entity. They draft them. Obviously, they're mostly one-sided. They're very extensive and comprehensive, in my opinion, too much so. And so if you're ever really thinking about getting into one, your own legal counsel should draft it or very closely review it and heavily edit it for reasons I'll continue to go in through or to the next few points. So section C, the biggest promise the unions make with a PLA is there'll be no strikes, there'll be no labor shortages, there'll be no disruptions, there'll be no shutdowns. And that's all well and good, and it sounds beautiful, but that's often not the case, because union workers have the right to strike. And so if that were to occur and it were to affect your project, what is that guarantee worth, really? It's not worth much. And so normally in these agreements, there are no consequences if that were to occur, other than there's a process to try to resolve it, the strike or shutdown, et cetera, quickly. But there's really no out for a public entity. So in that regard, in all the renegotiated PLAs that I've negotiated and redrafted, we try to build some teeth into it with the unions, which they don't like, but they say it's their primary guarantee. So we say if there is a strike, walk out, slow down, or shut down, the PLA agreement shall be immediately considered null and void, as if never written. That kind of holds their feet to the fire in that regard. The delay in resolution. You need a reasonable exit clause. Number one, the public entity, as mentioned, should never sign one of these as a party. But even if you adopt it as a policy, the dispute resolution process for labor disputes is built into the agreements based on decisions by the arbitrators identified by the unions. And that process can sometimes drag out. It's meant to be expeditious in good conscience and intent, but it doesn't always play out that way. So there needs to be an exit clause so that if that's going on and it's really affecting a material subcontractor that is needed to do work to keep your project moving, and you give the process its time to run out, if it's not resolved, you just can't be held in limbo. You need an exit clause. You need to get out and say, fine, whatever, but we're moving on at this point. Next slide. Another point is not all the public entities' construction projects need to be a part of a PLA, even if you adopt one. You can pick and choose which of your projects should be part of a PLA or will not be part of a PLA, depending on whether they're small or large. Sometimes it could be the nature of a project. I get into that a little bit more down below, but it could be dollar value and other things. You don't want to just wholesale, if you're even thinking about getting into one, you don't want to just wholesale throw everything you have construction-wise into a PLA. You need to give it careful thought. And, because otherwise you as a public entity lose control of the discretion afforded to you by the legislature to control your construction project, because you have great discretion in terms of delivery methods, rights and remedies, so on and so forth. And the unintended consequence could be if you just toss everything into a PLA, you really could be shooting yourself in the foot and depriving yourself of remedies that are needed to ensure expeditious completion of any given project. So this last little section has lots of bullet points, but if you're getting into one, the PLA agreement must absolutely state what it doesn't apply to. So for instance, I'm not going to read all these points. You can read them or ask me questions about them. But the general thought here is they only should apply to workers on a construction project made part of a PLA reach. It should not, and sometimes cannot, reach upstream, such as to your program management office, your architect of record, your DSA inspectors or specialty inspectors, and other people, especially like district person. I don't know what you pay your district people, but it may not be prevailing wage. Hopefully it's more, but if it's not, and you don't exclude them, then you got to increase their salaries, potentially, possibly. And then there's, on-site, off-site work. Some by law, some off-site work is not subject to prevailing wage, even on a public works project. And you don't want to necessarily impose that because it makes vendors, such as, people that mix concrete off-site and then deliver it to the site, they usually work for less than prevailing wage. And, you could get hung up or find your vendor or supplier pool shrinking because of that. This other point here, kind of in the middle of the screen right now, work of employees of manufacturers or vendors necessary to maintain such manufacturers' warranties or guarantees. Very important. So, there's big pieces of equipment like electrical switchgear, HVAC, which is heating, ventilating, air conditioning, type units, switch panels, everything, that comes with long-term warranties. Many of these manufacturers require that they only be installed and or serviced by certified installers, certified by the manufacturer. Oftentimes, the union halls don't have certified installers, whereas the general contractor, if not having to use union labor to install these things, will hire and has to hire, and the public entity should insist that they hire, a subcontractor who's a certified installer. It's the only way to preserve the warranty on these big, expensive, long-term pieces of equipment. And in doing so, they preserve that warranty. Whereas if you have some non-certified installer install it, you lose the warranty. And the only person who loses there is the public fisc and the public entity, because the warranty becomes void. These next couple of points are just, either previously mentioned, but, you don't want your engineering firms subject to a PLA. As I mentioned, the architect, the DSA inspectors, and so on and so forth. They're just not meant to be covered by it, shouldn't be covered by it. But if you don't exclude them, again, if you decide to get into a PLA, then they're going to be included based on, and especially if you just adopt a version of a PLA agreement drafted and sent over to you.
Thank you, John. Thank you, John. You've been very helpful.
You're welcome. So the last concluding point is, think carefully whether or not it's worthwhile. Don't jump into anything very quickly. And, the other thing is, how big is the construction program, and does it make the establishment of a PLA worthwhile even in the first instance? That's it.
Thank you, John. That was very informative, and I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Are there any questions from any of the board members? Hey. At this time, we'll move on to 17.03, dual and concurrent enrollment report. President Hope, could you please help us introduce this item?
Yes, this item was requested by Trustee Gonzalez, and so Interim Vice President of Instruction, Missy Burrell, Vice President of Student Services, Val Martinez Garcia, and our Academic Senate President, Corbin Wild, are going to give an update to the board about our dual enrollment efforts. I do want to clarify that this is sort of one step toward probably a series of presentations, as our dual enrollment and concurrent enrollment efforts are very evolutionary at this stage. And so we're sort of embracing the fact that we are evolving, and we'll be giving future updates in addition to this one. So thank you all.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, President Hope, and also members of the audience. We appreciate this opportunity, and we'll try to keep it pretty brief. One, we wanted to kind of just talk a little bit about how we schedule here at COD, and we are actually implementing some new processes. First of all, we know that we're focused on FTS, and there is some urgency around that. The Office of Instruction works in consultation with the Institutional Research Department and evaluates at this time the average FTS that each of our courses earns. And so as a part of that, we are designing right now, and I will say I've only been here 7 weeks, we have an incredible institutional research department who has already designed a predictive tool that is allowing us to assess our progress on that FTS. So ideally, what will happen is that the deans and chairs will work in consultation with their departments to evaluate past offerings and also work within a predictive tool that will tell us how many sections can we offer of a particular course in a modality and a term length. They propose that course offering, and then they also consult with the directors at each of our educational sites. Dual enrollment will need to be integrated into this process. Up until this point, it has been separate. So we've been scheduling dual enrollment separately from our regular class schedule, and the idea is that we're integrating those two processes. What ends up happening is the CIO reviews what is proposed and ensures that we're meeting our targets as well as some of our scheduling principles. And then we talk about, can we make some adjustments? Those scheduling tools that we're using currently will be in real time so that the deans can work collaboratively with the chairs across the schools. Faculty input will be provided as a part of staffing, which is a part of really current practices, but we want to ensure that that is applicable to also our dual enrollment sections. We also verify faculty load as a part of that process, and deans share that scheduling tool ultimately with our scheduling specialists, and we have one individual who facilitates that process currently. As a part of the kind of quality review, we want to look at the entire schedule of classes and determine that in fact, we're meeting all that criteria, consultation has occurred, and then our ESS basically determines whether or not we've fulfilled, teaching loads and whatnot. We want to move away from a semester to semester planning process to a year-long scheduling process. That ultimately benefits students. The student educational plans, which is really under student services, they need to be a part of this collaborative scheduling process, but we need to be able to communicate to students, what are we planning to offer for the entire academic year? I will proceed to this next slide. Last year, fall of 23 to spring of 24, in dual enrollment alone, we earned approximately 453.94 FTS. And what we did is we went ahead and broke that down by school, and you'll see there was a complete increase when it came to spring of 24. What we are planning to do is to set targets for dual enrollment alone, 450 FTS for fall, 450 FTS for spring. So when you look at the FTS currently here, that's probably about 144 more FTS this fall that we will be building. What that adds up to is probably about 48 to 50 sections when it comes to scheduling. And you can see where there's potentially some opportunities. Math and science, there's an opportunity to offer more courses in those areas. Social sciences, the same is true. Health sciences as well. The dual enrollment scheduling process, really what happens, and the question is, how do we create these relationships? You today approved a series of appendices which were associated with the high schools. These were the courses that we agreed that we would offer through a CCAP agreement. And a lot of that conversation occurred prior to me coming on board. But ideally, there is a discussion with the districts, 3 of which we're working with, and we determine which courses we can offer within the Bell schedule. Dual enrollment is very much focused on within the Bell schedule. Concurrent, we have a lot of students who are also taking classes here at the college that are considered dual enrollment concurrent students. And we're hoping to identify more of that data, so perhaps we can present that later in the future. But basically then COD also it's a back and forth. What can we do? What can we offer? We are very aware that there are academies, which in the high schools, and we'll show you that slide here momentarily, we want to be very intentional about how we build a schedule of classes with dual enrollment and make sure that these are mapped to programs of study. That is why the Academic Senate is going to be critical in the work ahead, and I'm hoping that Corbin will be able to take a moment to talk a little bit about her efforts with the faculty. In fact, why don't you go ahead and do that?
Yeah, go for it. That's fine. We could do it now. All right. So, as you know, we have the dual and concurrent enrollment advisory committee, which is a subcommittee of our outcomes and assessment committee through the Academic Senate. This group gets gets together, and we are currently in the process of approving a dual enrollment handbook. We wrote it this summer. It's really great. It's still in a draft phase. Please come to a dual enrollment subcommittee meeting if you'd like to see the first draft. But this handbook is going to clarify a lot of the questions we've had on campus, not only for faculty, but for students and the larger community. We are also working on developing pathways so that we can fulfill promises to our students through dual enrollment in terms of what they can accomplish at their time in their high schools with COD with them. So part of that effort is in conjunction with Career Ladders Project. There we go. Sometimes I forget what the P is for. Career Ladders Project, which will be on campus next week. They are charged by the Chancellor's Office to help California community colleges develop pathways in dual enrollment. So we're going to be having a 3-hour session that brings together faculty, administrators, maybe some students if you guys are around, to work on pathways that not only make sense for COD to offer within the community, but also for our high school partners to offer to their students as well. And then lastly, in terms of the CCAPs, our dual enrollment advisory group will begin looking at those CCAP agreements and offering feedback to ensure that we are fulfilling our promises and that we are offering true collegiate experiences to these students, because we are not fulfilling our purpose in offering these classes if they are not an actual college experience. That would be a shame to think you've taken a college class and then turns out when you get here on campus as a traditional student that maybe that wasn't quite the experience that you should have anticipated. Questions? Wait, we're going to wait for questions? Did I miss anything?
But maybe Val, you can talk a little bit about the student services component?
Sure. You got a question, Ron?
Yeah, for me.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I can wait.
Okay, write it down though, just in case.
So in student services, we have 3 priorities. Our first priority is access. Second priority is equity. Our third priority is retention. Dual enrollment fits right underneath our three priorities in the sense that we are establishing a new program called dualenroll.com. It's actually a service that's going to streamline our enrollment process. So our students don't have to go through CCC Apply and some of the barriers that creates for our students while they're in high school and when they transition to us here at the college. Second thing we're going to be looking at hard is how do we do some cohort management with our dual enrolled students and our concurrent students. In a very similar way you may see with the OPS or DSPS, where they have counselors who see to them through their process or through their progress from either freshman year, sophomore year, whenever they enter the pipeline, and it kind of follows them to ensure that they're getting accurate information on what classes they need, but also what to do when they run into issues. Some of them have academic issues, so where do we point them to? A counselor can help them there. If they're struggling with some of those other things outside the classroom, maybe we could help prepare them or send them to some of those other areas. And so we're really trying to develop a holistic approach to supporting students outside the classroom and inside the classroom from the student services end. And dualenroll.com and cohort management are 2 things that we're looking at right now.
So we're going to keep going through these slides. Thank you, IT. And so what we do know is that at least 34% of students who take college during high school enroll at COD after graduation. And so we really need to maximize these opportunities, and part of that I think is going to be about clarifying the pathways. We know that dual enrolled students have better course retention rates than their counterparts. This is MIS data statewide. We also know that they have better course success rates, again, statewide. Dual enrollment partnership, though, in this moment, we have created a structure that is much bigger than what we had probably, last month. We had one individual, literally last month, that was last week. We had one individual facilitating this process, and now we have an entire team. So not only is it the high school districts, it's also student services, Office of Instruction, as well as the Academic Senate. We have identified in Dr. Jessica Enders, I just want to take a moment to thank her. She has been incredible in helping to make a connection between the academic deans, the districts in building a class schedule. And as you all know, school starts in a week. And so she has been extremely proactive in helping us to make that happen. I appreciate the collaboration she and the deans have engaged in to date. But as a part of the student services, do you want to talk more about the build out for student services?
Yeah, and on the build-up for the student services, again, we're having the interim director of educational partnerships help support the dualenroll.com, working with the high school counselors especially to be able to assess what is the students need in their areas, and most importantly, communicating with the leadership at the high schools and the districts to make sure that their partnership is a true partnership. We're having real conversations around how to support students, again, inside the classroom and outside the classroom.
Just to add on, our Dual Enrollment Advisory Committee was conceived last semester, so spring 2024, and we've already accomplished lots of great things, but the important part about it is that it includes faculty voice in the dual enrollment process, which didn't have a systemic way of being managed before that. So this ensures that all of our stakeholders within and outside, I don't want to say without the community, with the community included, have an opportunity to advise on dual enrollment and concurrent enrollment at COD.
And they also recognize the need for faculty leadership, and part of that was having a faculty liaison. So we're actually assigning one faculty liaison per school district. That will be kind of like a nice onboarding and offboarding from the high school to the college, but also in supporting our faculty who are teaching in this space. Equally important is the development and the planning process. So all that CCAP, which is really what Dr. Wild has mentioned already, which is developing very intentional CCAPs. CCAPs aren't just a list of courses, they should be a part of a program, a mapping process. And so they are going to be very important in helping us to clarify what those maps look like. But there is a strong collaboration, again, with student services, ensuring that we are aligning also with student educational planning. In terms of onboarding, again, you've already mentioned the dualenroll.com. We're testing that out with two sections currently. And I don't know if you have an update on the progress?
Going to go live hopefully by next week.
Nice. We are moving so fast.
Live 1 week, we did this.
As you can tell, the ink is not dry.
The ink is not dry.
We are doing dual enrollment.
That's right.
Yeah, we wrote like a 50-page handbook in like 3 weeks.
So as a part of the instruction, team, again, I mentioned those liaisons. They're going to be working to, also identify any kind of needed tools to support faculty, talking more about pedagogy, effective pedagogy, working with that dual enrollment committee as well. And I think that's going to be important in some of our next moves. We also have some ongoing support that we want to focus our attention on. The high schools have given us this feedback. They do feel there's a need to do the warm handoff, right? That students oftentimes leave the high school, they get to COD, and they don't necessarily know what their next steps are. So the idea is to kind of co-create some events, especially for parent and community, but designing that together. And also the student case management. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, going back to that original conversation I had about EOPS and DSPS, very similarly, where we'll have 2 adjunct counselors will have really a caseload of students at the high schools and working with the high school counselors to be able to address issues that students have and hopefully following them all the way to here when they get here and passing or having a warm handoff here on the campus to where they feel that it's a seamless transition, as well as, being able to offer them other support systems, like I've said earlier. So I'm really hoping to see this come to fruition by spring as far as what it really looks like, but we're really excited in student services about the possibilities.
Yeah. If you check out the Flex calendar that I attached to my report, you'll notice that there are several sessions focused on dual enrollment. The one in particular that I'm excited about, I already mentioned, the Career Ladders Project is coming to visit us, and I expect to be able to come back by the end of the semester with some results from that session.
This is just a sort of a bright spot in this region, and this represents Palm Springs has a little red dot, Desert Sands has this orange dot, Coachella Valley a green dot. These are the academies that we've identified that have been given to us, and so the idea is to sort of look at how are we aligning our programming also with the academies. There's a lot of focus on public service, CIS, culinary, film, and we want to make sure, again, that when we're scheduling classes that we're being very intentional in what we're presenting. Some of our next focus is going to be, again, focusing on meaningful pathways. As we all know, Cal-GETSI is a part of the next sort of paradigm, the shift in the GE pattern. We need to make sure that our students have access to those opportunities. Also thinking about our alignment across multiple campuses. We're working very closely with both of our educational site directors to talk about what scheduling is going to look like also for SYNC. Dr. Scott Adkins is taking the leadership over the SYNC efforts, so I want to recognize him as well. Thank you. Oh, he just left, okay. But he is going to be a part of that process as well. And then just really making sure that, you know, a lot of what we do in dual enrollment is a focus on college and also career preparation. And so if you have any questions for us, you know, we want to give you this opportunity.
Any board members have any questions?
Ron did, oh, sorry, trustee Odom.
I have some, oh, go ahead, Ron, then I'll.
Ron, go ahead.
Madam Chair, first of all, I'd like to say, I love this, and I see it as such a benefit, not only for the college, but for the students. And I'm excited, and I thank you for this collaboration, and I know that it's moving really fast. So with that being said, I have a few questions. First of all, for Corbin.
Yeah.
I'd like to know what the reception is like for the faculty with this information on dual enrollment.
I would say varied. There are, I think, very reasonable concerns that we should not be creating pathways that don't pay out on their promise, right? First and foremost, when we're teaching in our classrooms and our disciplines, we're stewards of our disciplines.
Sure.
So it's not appropriate or reasonable to misrepresent our disciplines in the high school context. But that's part of what our dual and concurrent advisory committee is working on, is learning outcome assessments that ensure when we're offering our disciplines in different modalities, like on a high school campus, that we're ensuring the fidelity of those courses so that those students are still getting a true representation of college level coursework in our individual disciplines. There are concerns, but we are working through them. And I think one of the benefits is we are carving out space to hear these concerns and address them in real time.
I think that's important. I know that as hard as you're working on this, that not everyone is receptive. I mean, you have people who have job security concerns, you know? I get that. But I think this program is worth it. And I think the opportunities for our students is tremendous. So I'm concerned. I'd like to hear more along the way how that's working out with the faculty and if there are specific challenges. And I think that it's important for them to know that this is important to us.
I think it's clear to our faculty that dual and concurrent enrollment is a priority for the board and administration. Obviously, with the memo through the chancellor's office, that's very clear across the state. Where we had felt extremely challenged was there wasn't a dedicated space for faculty voice in dual enrollment. Previously, even as short as a year ago, no one really knew how dual enrollment courses got scheduled or requested. Most of our current CCAP agreements that we approved here today are boilerplate language that aren't really created for the Valley or for our partners or for us in any specific way. But with the Dual Enrollment Advisory Committee, we can address these things. And I think that's going to go a long way towards assuaging a lot of these faculty concerns.
That's so encouraging. Thank you.
I'm a very encouraging person.
That 34%
Yeah, that's you.
is tremendous. And I see so many opportunities there. I mean, my concern is this is all so new. How are we getting this information out? How are we educating ourselves within our institution about what we're doing? But there's another level of what's going on the high school levels. I mean, there are just so many levels of education that need to take place, and it'll be, you know, a year, 2 years, 3 years before people really know about what's going on.
Well, I will say that I think the partnership that we're creating in this moment is critical, right? Because again, one person was facilitating that. You can't do this, you can't do dual enrollment on the shoulders of one individual. And so I think what we recognize is that having both student services, instruction, and the academic senate is essential to creating clear pathways for our students, but also partnering with those high schools and having regular meetings, which is what we've been doing in these last weeks, being at the table together, talking about the challenges and trying to innovate together. So,
And if I can say too, Trustee Oden, you know, the partnerships were at different levels of depth not too long ago. And over the past 8 months or so, we've been having very regular meetings with the superintendents. And I think there are some faculty who would prefer if we go slower. And we're trying to build in processes to make sure, but we're also iterating, right? Things are gonna change over time. Because part of this, if I can just say, there's a fiscal window before we're rebenched in 2025. And so that's why it was really important for us to change the structure, because changing the structure changes the way you do business, right? And so we had to create on-ramps for that faculty feedback. We had to create on-ramps for our superintendents to give us feedback. I have meetings with both the superintendent in Coachella Valley and at Desert Sands to have all of their seniors do a COD application, every single one of them. So they're very interested, but I think to an extent they needed proof that we were gonna follow through. And so I think they have that proof now. And so now we're starting to iterate together. We're not always gonna get it right. We're gonna make mistakes. We're gonna work through problems. But I think as long as there's goodwill and communication, you know, among this group and with me, then I think we'll get there.
One of the things we identified through the dual and concurrent we need a nickname for that one. Advisory committee is each of the different districts and even some of the different sites of our high school partners had different messaging for different levels. So we are working on sort of recalling all of that information. So we have one consistent message going out to not only administrators at our partnerships, but also our teachers who are embedded, our embedded instructors, our parents, and our students. And that when you're doing dual enrollment with College of the Desert, there's one story that's being told here valley-wide. Yeah, so a lot of these things are coming up, and you know, as President Hope said, some problems we didn't know were problems because we just didn't know it existed. But we're excited by the amount of faculty voice that is now being included in the process.
Madam Chair. More questions. Not only do I believe in this program, but I think the earlier, the better. And to have students who are non-traditional take any course that's a college course can awaken something in them of limitless possibilities, whether they're in adult education or whether they're in middle school. And I think that's the opportunity and that's the goal that we really want to set, is to create those visions for them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other trustee? Trustee Gonzalez?
I want to thank all three of you for an amazing presentation. I know it's no secret, this is something that's near and dear to me, probably because of what I do. And I'm just really, I'm really glad to see that collaboration with faculty, because I know that is a concern, and we don't want to dismiss any of those concerns, right? Because the goal here is to create those partnerships, Because at the end of the day, those students are gonna come here. So if we're able to create a good collaboration, then the students are gonna feel welcome, not only in the high school space, but in the college space as well. And, you know, again, I think we've done a really great job with, you know, our current interim and our previous president and all the messaging that has been provided. I, in my role, attended the Student of the Year with RCOE, and then attended a few Dr. Carrion events where they were doing scholarships. And a lot of those students were talking about them doing dual enrollment and concurrent enrollment. And so I was listening, right? Because to your point, Corbin, we're like, are they gonna come here? Well, I was really happy to hear the amount of students that said, because I already started, I'm going to COD. So obviously, you know, it has a different significance for me now in the role as a trustee than, you know, just my administrative role at the school district. But I know that it's big, and, you know, just on a personal note, my great nephew is going to be a student here. When he just graduated from La Quinta High School. Shout out to you, Noah. And, you know, and he could have gone to a university, but he was like, you know, I really want to stay there, likes the sports program, and is going to continue here. But that was one of the determining factors for him to select, you know, if he wanted to stay here or move on. And so I know that, you know, that's just like one story that I have a personal connection to. But I think that, you know, the idea too of a handoff. I mean, I grew up on the southeast end of the valley, so I'm kind of like maybe not a complete dinosaur, but a fossil in some form. Where, you know, when I went to elementary school, it was still K-8. So I remember kind of the shock when I went from, you know, living in the rural southeast end of the Coachella Valley and then going to Coachella Valley High School, where we had the more urban students, right? And they were on a whole different level. So it's a little bit of a shock when you transition. And I assume that a lot of our students will experience the same coming onto a college, you know, campus. And I've heard it. They're kind of like, what? I don't have to raise my hand to, you know, to do anything. So you know, I find so much value. I really want to appreciate all the work, President Hope, on your end, and, you know, all the work that has come from everyone collectively in ensuring that this program is not only successful, but that it is truly a collaborative effort. And I'm not going to dismiss or discount any of the concerns that staff has. I'm just really glad to hear from you that there are conversations and there's a space for those conversations to continue. And I see you have a thought, so I'm going to stop for a minute.
I just want to reiterate that all of the concerns coming from faculty come from a place of wanting to ensure that we're serving our students in a way that fits our mission, right? And so anytime these concerns come up, sometimes they could be perceived maybe as being anti-dual enrollment, or maybe, but that's really not where it's coming from. It's about ensuring that when we're promising someone a college education, they're getting a college education, right?
And I agree with you. And just to clarify, I don't take those comments as negatives at all. I take them as concerns. People are
And we can
voicing
address them.
concerns.
And sometimes it might mean a slowdown or a stop or something of that nature, but if we don't have the space to hear them, then we can't act appropriately in the best interest of our students.
Sure, and now that, you know, we've also are growing the, you know, certification programs. I think that's a whole nother pathway with our
Definitely.
local CTE programs, right?
Definitely.
You know, with the construction management, and I know in our district, we have like a aviation academy, there's a hospitality academy, there's, you know, the medical academy, there's just so many things, and I see where there's a lot of value in that partnership that can be solidified, and students know that they can, you know, if they don't want to go far away, or, you know, it's a little difficult sometimes for students to go away, that there is an opportunity here. So this is great. I love to see the progress. I know I hear a lot of really good stuff from a few school districts, you know, and they're just excited for the opportunities, and I do see a little more equity on the courses that are being offered, you know, because I know that there were some districts that were receiving, some courses that others weren't. And it's good to see the efforts now to balance it. And I also know that it's going to depend on, interest or the ability of someone to teach the course. There's a lot. There's a lot that goes into this, but I do want to appreciate all of you for your efforts here and a great presentation. Thank you.
Any other
If I can say too, the 3 faculty liaisons that we're going to be hiring that were introduced today, the liaison was a recommendation from the dual enrollment advisory, and we made the determination to put one in each school district. And so we're trying to be responsive to, what it is we hear. We won't be able to do it every time. But what we also know is that if we want this to be successful, we've got to invest in it. And so we're trying to really live into that.
Any other comments or questions? Yes.
I'm curious as to so if like a high school student is in dual enrollment, is that primarily online, or like how would the student access these classes in the best way?
It depends. So if you're a dual enrollment student, that means you're still in high school and you're taking that class during the bell schedule. Most of our dual enrollment students take it on their high school campus with the instructor in the classroom with them. But some of them take them online during the bell schedule. And remember, any student valley-wide can enroll in a College of the Desert class. That would be a concurrent enrollment student. Those concurrent enrollment students, sometimes we don't even know they're still in high school unless they self-identify. So it's just an opt-in. But usually those students are taking it outside of the bell schedule, maybe a weekend class or an evening class, something like that. But dual enrollment students, typically, most of our program is we have a high school instructor whose primary day job is teaching at the high school, who also has the minimum qualifications to teach college-level coursework leading the class. I got this. What else you got? Let's go.
And we are still exploring a co-teaching model. Where we will have college faculty and high school faculty in the same classroom together.
Teacher mode there. Sorry. Anything, I can answer any other questions.
Is there anything else?
Ooh, there's one interesting thing about dual enrollment, and this is a concern for faculty and make sure of our communication. Dual enrollment classes, that college transcript follows our students. So, it sometimes, when we're in high school and I was kind of this student, we don't try our best in our classes, but that dual enrollment college credit follows you. So we're trying to make sure that when we're offering these choices to our students, we're like, hey, it's okay to also just be a high school student. And, but if you want to be a dual enrollment student, remember, you're going to carry this with you if things don't maybe go as well as you had hoped. Any other questions? What else you got? I got a handbook you could read later, but.
Well, I want to thank all 3 of you. That was a great presentation. Really, really was. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And at this time, we will move into public comments for the second time today. 18.01, this is request to address the Board of Trustees regarding matters not on the agenda. Remote public participation is allowed and will be accepted in person by email to otp@collegeofthedesert.edu during the meeting and submitted for the record, or by using the raise your hand function by joining the Zoom link. Pursuant to District Administrative Procedure 2345, each speaker will be allowed a maximum of 3 minutes per topic. 15 minutes shall be the maximum time allotment for public speakers on any one subject, regardless of the number of speakers at any one board meeting. At the discretion of a majority of the board, these limits may be extended. All comments must be submitted or brought forward prior to the end of the public comment section. As an additional note, this item is intended for members of the public who wish to speak regarding matters not related to the agenda. Do we have anybody that has requested to speak?
We do not have any public comments at this time.
Thank you. And that brings us down to future agenda items. I'll give you guys all a few seconds here to think about this. And we will start with Student Trustee Robles. Anything?
Nothing from me.
Thank you. Trustee Perez.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair.
Trustee Odin.
I know that we're currently meeting with all 3 school districts. I'm not sure what to call this or how it will be done, but I'm sure Nicholas will come up with something. And it's where their students, starting in elementary school, have some interaction with the college, whether it's this campus or the local campuses. And we celebrate it so that it becomes a real memory for the kids. I'm not sure with hats or t-shirts, and they say, I went to college or I'm going to college, and really plant the seed that this is something that's normalized and a part of their life and a part of their future. Okay? All right.
Okay, Dr. Kinnaman.
Nothing new at this time, thank you.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up. I know we mentioned it earlier when we were talking about the email retention. Just if we can get a short presentation on what was lost during the cyber attacks. And then that way it's very clear and transparent, if there is data as an institution we were unable to recover, just so that it's documented and so that we can provide that information to the community. Also, I know this might take a while, so I'm sure it's going to be a few months. But I know that I heard mention that we have a lot of classified staff that have outreach and integrated into their job duties. I'd like to just, that was interesting for me. Wanted to see if maybe we could take a look at which positions have that and how it is being utilized, or if, maybe there's so much workload that they're not able to do that, or just kind of because I heard it and it made me curious. And I'm sure that one's going to take a minute, so thank you.
And I've already given the president some of my things, and I'll be giving her some more. But, so I won't share anything else at this time. At this time, though, we will be going into closed session. So we will recess to closed session, and we will start up in there at 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock, right? There we go. reconvene to
One second. You're good now? All right, good. Thank you.
reconvene to open session. And at this time, if there is no objection, we will adjourn the meeting of the Desert Community College District Board of Trustees at 4:23 p.m. Thank you.
Recording stopped.